Hello, welcome. Thank you for expressing interest in watching the history lecture. It will start very soon. I just wanted to add something very quickly at the start that I failed to mention during the actual lecture itself. I have titled this lecture about the Troubles, but in actual fact, the main sort of crux of the lecture is actually exploring the historical context between the relationship between England and Ireland and how that shaped the relationship that ended up with the Troubles occurring in the 60s and to 1998. So I hope you guys enjoy the lecture, and I don't know, I please consider liking and subscribing, as I think is what I think that's what the YouTubers have to say. Yeah, thank you. And anyway, enjoy. Hi guys, welcome. Hello YouTubers. If there's any YouTube people watching, chat, do you want to say hello to everyone on the YouTubes if you're going to watch the recording? I also have the emote dropper disabled as well, because that's a little bit of a distraction. I'm going to mute my desktop now, so any sort of notifications like subscriptions and whatnot, it shouldn't distract or take away from the stream, hopefully. And hopefully the BGM isn't too bad. Hopefully. I do want to get some of my notes up, because I do have some stuff. A lot of it is kind of in my noggin. I'm gonna hopefully not stumble over the thoughts that I have. Hopefully. I was a little bit silly, and I had all my notes. I had a whole list of notes, and then I kind of just turned it into a PowerPoint. So there's probably going to be a lot of reading over the PowerPoint, which hopefully doesn't come across too bad. I also have my OBS really weirdly set up. I mean, I have the PowerPoint on this monitor, this one here, as instead of this one. Anyway, maybe negative 20% for the BGM. Turn it down a little bit? Yeah, we can do that. It's already at negative 40 decibels. We can go down a little bit more. So I'll go down to this. Is that even audible? But yeah, welcome guys. Welcome to the history lecture. Yay! hopefully it's not too bad. But yeah, welcome guys. Today we are going to be looking at the Troubles, which is well, may as well press next slide to find out what the Troubles exactly is. Boop. So actually, before we get into that, I do have a disclaimer. Haha, hee. So full disclaimer for anyone who wants to call into question. Yes, and it is St. Patrick's Day that I'm actually doing this on. So hopefully it's I'm covering myself and covering all my bases. Full disclosure, I'm Irish Catholic. I'm from Ireland. I was raised Irish Catholic. I have personal experience with the Troubles. I lived through the latter part of the Troubles. I'm not that old, guys, I promise. But I have personal experience with life under sort of dealing with the British occupation of Ireland, as well as the actual military conflict itself. So obviously I am not immune to personal opinions and having thoughts and feelings on the matter, but for the sake of this lecture, I have attempted to remove myself from history, as well as uphold, I guess, academic integrity. That said, I'm not working in any sort of formal academia anymore, so it's just me being a silly person on the internet. But yeah, also another thing to disclose, I'm a medievalist. I don't really deal with modern history, and you will find out why I have decided to maybe take a different route when talking about the Troubles. But yes, this is just a disclosure, guys. If you want to hold that against me and say, hey, no, I can't trust anything you're going to say, because, for example, if you are maybe staunch Protestants from Northern Ireland, maybe you're a unionist, and you think, hey, maybe anything that I say is going to be completely worthless, then hey, that's your opinion. But yes. Okay, that is the disclaimer. Anyway, guys, try not to say too silly things in chat, please. I don't want to have to deal with you guys getting in trouble for that. Anyway, okay, moving on from the disclaimer. So, we have who, what, where, when, and why. With a very cool picture. I don't know, there's some really great pictures of the Troubles. So who? Who is involved in the Troubles? Well, if I'm not mistaken, I should have reviewed all my slides first, but I'm pretty sure if I go to the next slide. So this is who and what were the Troubles. So, it was an ethno-nationalist conflict in Northern Ireland from the 1960s and with a formal ending in the 1998. However, some conflicts, some violence did continue afterwards. But the ending is normally signified with the signing of the Good Friday Agreement in, Good Friday in 1998. So, although specifically it is the ethno-nationalist conflict, it also featured sectarian violence between Catholics and Protestants, but it is not necessarily considered a religious conflict in the same way that something like the 30 Years' War would be considered, very importantly, a religious conflict. So violence spread, it wasn't just in Northern Ireland. Violence did spread to the Republic, as well as England, and also into continental Europe. The total lives claimed or lost in the conflict was 3,532, with an estimated 47,000 people injured throughout the fighting. And yes, like I said, it was eventually brought to an end on the 10th of April, 1998. Okay. And yes, also, if you don't know what Ireland looks like, Northern Ireland is this bit up here, with the capital being Belfast, and the Republic Island is the rest, with the capital being Dublin. But why did the Troubles happen? So, as a medievalist, I am going to be maybe taking this a little bit differently than what you may have expected, as I have mentioned. In my opinion, to understand the modern conflict in Northern Ireland, it is important to cover the relationship between Ireland and the UK. And so, the first part of this lecture will actually cover the Norman invasion in the 12th century, leading up to the establishment, leading all the way up to the establishment of the Irish Free State, which would later be known as the Republic of Ireland. So that is approximately 800 years of history that we are going to be covering in however long this history lecture goes. There are issues with the medieval Irish history, as is there's issues with the accuracy of all sort of medieval history and all sort of historical sources that aren't necessarily modern, is that we don't necessarily have the best amount of sources. And with Irish history, there is especially during the medieval period, there is a lot of mythology tied into medieval history, especially in regards to the High Kings of Ireland, which we'll get to in a little bit. But yes, the second part of the lecture will focus on the 20th century, as well as specifically to do with the Troubles and the conflict, and then hopefully the eventual ceasefire. I say hopefully, as in like hopefully I'm still awake, because I am probably gonna hopefully not run out of fumes, because this is a long topic. Anyway, okay, moving on. By the way, after every slide, I'll give a chance for people to ask questions. Please use the highlight message, the highlight redeem, if you have specific questions. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next point. If you have any questions at all, I'll try and answer them, but I don't want to... and I will ask specifically when I say, hey, if you want to ask a question, do it now. Otherwise, I'm going to try and have my thoughts per slide be continuous and not interrupted, because that was one of the criticisms from a previous history lecture, is that I was trying to interact too much with the chat. So I don't want to have the history lecture be too broken up. Maybe you could say what you said as a pinned message. Hey, that's a good idea. Okay, give me a sec. Also, try not to be silly sausage messages in chat, because I'm just going to ignore them. I'm sorry, guys. I appreciate the funny humor, but I will be treating this a little bit seriously. Okay, so I will ask for questions at the end of each slide. Please use the highlight message if you have any questions. When I say so. Okay. Let me pin that one. Let me manually unpin that one. There we go. Okay. Cool beans. I think I've covered everything on this slide, so let's move on. Okay. So, problems with medieval Irish historiography. So one of the big problems is Ireland's isolationism from the rest of the European history. It is an island off the coast of another island that, for lack of a better term, didn't really have much to do with the rest of European history, which is one of the reasons why, you know, medieval history in general is so well covered, is that you have all these different cultures who were writing, who were recording, and they all wrote about each other and recorded each other. When it comes to Irish history, unfortunately, our limitations are down to, for most of it, Irish history and English history. You do have some Norse and technically Scandinavian Viking era history recording, but for the most part, and as well as some Scottish history, of course, but for the most part, it's very isolated from, like, intellectually from the rest of European history. So as a result, we don't have as much in the way of sources as other cultures and other nations throughout history. There is also the emphasis on, I think I mentioned it in the slide, if I didn't, there is a great emphasis on oral history, in the same way that we have the same issues with Australian history and the indigenous populations here. In Ireland, a lot of the history was recorded orally, and a lot of the tales and historical stories did get woven into folklore stories. And so it makes pulling apart those folklore stories and sort of bardic tales, because bards did play a decent amount of a decent role in the amount of, like, sort of cultural history of Ireland. It makes it very difficult to pull apart what is fact from fiction. So that's a Celtic way of oral tradition. Correct, yes. I should have said that instead of bringing up Australian history. But yes. So the idea of traditional medieval European history is tied to the regions of southern England and northern France. And so as a result, when you are in a region of, well, outside of that sort of sphere of influence, it does make the sort of the amount of historical sources that you have unfortunately does go down, because we do have an emphasis in academia on, in medieval history at least, is focusing on feudalism, state building, and sort of intellectual developments, which Ireland, for the most part, did actually lack. Ireland got feudalism very late compared to, well, most of Europe, and was still reasonably using a feudalistic system, much later than most of Europe as well. Purely just because it was so isolated and just dealing with itself, and for the most part, the English, rather than sort of other sort of cultures that were imposing sort of ideas and inspirations on the Irish. Okay, so yes, there's assumptions about Western European experiences being the same across Europe. Not true. And so teaching medieval history is not necessarily teaching all the things that happen in the West, but rather Western traditions. And so those outside the Western traditions can be seen as less important. As a result, we do have less focus on those regions, like Ireland. Yes, and so I threw in the quote about classical Western civilization, focusing specifically on the empires or cultures that dealt with Jerusalem, Athens, Rome. So European cultures, and then medieval sort of Crusader and Islamic world cultures. There you go. And so Irish history, for the most part, is painted as a Celtic golden age, or medieval, I should say. Medieval history is painted as a golden age paradise by historians, or a backward mess ready to be civilized by the Normans, which is a little bit harsh. And then, of course, we have the other sort of issues with historiography. Sorry, a hair is in my cup of tea. Is that modern Irish historiography is influenced by modern political concerns. So using the nationalistic framework that is obviously very important to the modern Irish identity, that is then being applied to Irish history, which the development of the Irish national identity is not something that occurred straight away. It's something that took a long time to develop throughout history. And is sort of developed alongside or to sort of in opposition of the English oppression of Ireland. So you can sort of understand that sort of the identity, the notion of Irish independence and Irish unification is very much a modern concept. Okay, so we have other issues with Irish historiography, which is a lot of our actual historical sources are actually not translated yet. It turns out it's a continuous effort, but the problem is that not everyone can speak Old or Middle Irish or read and understand it. So if you happen to understand it and you have the skills, maybe look into getting a job involving translating all historical sources, because I'm sure the Irish historians would really appreciate it. Because yeah, I think I was looking up the statistics, and they were like, oh yeah, like a solid amount of the sources that are still in extant just aren't translated. I think the number that I saw was like 80% of the historical sources are just sitting there untranslated. So there you go. Why are we studying in medieval history? Because I'm a medievalist, and I like medieval history. So yes, and then there's another issue, is that the destruction of the medieval records of English government unfortunately occurred during the Irish Civil War in 1922. So one of the things that the English are very good at is that they like to write records. They like to keep records. They keep records of everything, because that's how effective governance was done back in the day. Which is it makes understanding medieval history a lot easier, because they give us the information, the statistics, the sort of like the sort of facts and figures about life back then. So we can see all sorts of interesting sort of numbers, like the population, census, the amount of income that was coming from like taxes and tithes. Unfortunately, all of that is I think pretty much all of that information was lost during the Irish Civil War in 1922. Because there was a lot of destruction in the Irish Civil War, especially around Dublin, where all the information would have been kept. But yeah, so these are sort of the issues that we have with understanding Irish history. But yes, the situation is improving, including, I think there is an emphasis on study of Irish sort of economic and trade history with the rest of medieval Europe, which was developed in part, or actually mostly in part, due to the influence of the Vikings and the Viking settlements. Because obviously the Vikings were very sort of influential in the broader European sphere, especially more so than the Irish, and they did impart their own culture and knowledge within Irish society, because we'll get to that. Don't worry, I'm skipping ahead. Okay. Does anyone have a question about this slide? Anyone have any questions about historiography? I assume not, right? Why were they isolated if they were relatively close to the continent? So a lot of it is just political isolation. A lot of Irish history is only dealing with themselves or the English or the Vikings, and the Viking era came and went relatively early. And so the only sort of you don't see any other cultures really invading Ireland. You do see other cultures involved in Irish politics. You do see the Spanish, you do see the French involved in sort of like the later period in like the 16th century to 18th century, but you don't see these cultures sort of like influencing Irish society to any extent. There's a ton of questions. Yes, there is. Are there people who still speak Old or Irish, Middle Irish nowadays? I believe so, yes, but it's very much a dying language. Could the ongoing resurgence of modern Irish language be of interest in translating? Yeah, I imagine so, yeah. Did English keep many record copies that weren't destroyed? As far as I'm aware, the governance of Ireland was always kept in Dublin. And so there may have been records that were transported back to London, for example, for record keeping purposes. But as far as I'm aware, most of the record keeping would have been kept in, I forget what it was called, the specific building. It was basically a castle, which was the head of the governance or the governing of Ireland in Dublin. I'm sorry, I'm completely blanking on the name. Is it Four Gods? Is it? Is Irish / Old Irish a Celt language? Yes. Yes, Robert the Bruce did send his brother to invade, and we'll get into that. Was the destruction of those records thought to be accidental? I don't know for certain. What else was there? What is the line between ancient and modern history? So that depends on the individual. We're specifically talking about medieval history, but compartmentalizing and drawing sort of classifying history in different eras it's a very complex topic. Of essentially, we're just trying to make history easy to understand by breaking it up into sections, but that's not how history actually works. It's a continuous flow of history and interactions. That should have been muted on your end, right? You guys aren't getting this, right? Could the direction of modern politics in Ireland have a hand in preventing certain historical texts from being translated? I don't think so, no, because a lot of that sort of... you aren't? Okay, so I heard it, but you guys don't. I'm not sure. I wouldn't have thought so, because I think there is a resurgence in Celtic, a Gaelic identity, and Gaelic, like a reconnection with our past. But yeah. There we go. Sorry, that disappears when I click out of the slideshow. I apologize. How come it was so isolated but England wasn't? Because it just didn't really interact. It didn't have the sort of... For lack of a better word, Ireland wasn't as important to the globe, so to the broader European history as the British were. The British had their hands in many things, whereas the Irish, not so much. They just kept to themselves. It was very isolated history for a long, long time. Okay, so How was the trade between Ireland and England during the medieval era? Oh, the English used Ireland as basically just a resource. It was just used as a resource. We'll get into that later, though. Don't worry. Was it mainly Norwegian Vikings? Yes, it was Norwegian Vikings. We'll get into that, though. Okay. I will move on to the next point because we're still in the historiography. Okay. So here we go. We're in medieval Ireland, pre-English presence, to paraphrase. So fast forwarding through history very, very quickly. Ireland was Christianized in the 5th century. So you probably heard of the tale of St. Patrick. He was a real person. Did he drive the snakes out of Ireland? Well, maybe. But yes, this is basically sort of like, if I move out the way, you can kind of see. This is much later than what I just said, but this was like an Irish golden age of sort of Irish history. Was following the Christianization of Ireland. It was never a unified political state. It was never a unified political state. You had instead, it was fragmented between various different kingdoms, clans, and sort of, I guess for lack of a better term, factions. And at the head of all of these sort of groups and cultures was the High King of Ireland. And so the High King of Ireland was a elective position, which I think I will cover in a little bit, but in a future slide. But basically, what had happened was there was a position of High King who got to sort of, like, people paid them tributes, so that the other kingdoms paid the High King tributes, and in return, sort of like helped solve disputes, and also got to throw their weight around a little bit and get what they wanted. And there were people who were sort of, feuding with the High King, and High Kings were deposed or forced to abdicate their position in return for other place. It was not a military democracy, no. It was not a military democracy. If anything, it was more of a, like, the power was held in the sort of these kings rather than like the broader community. The voting was not between the populace of the nation. It was between the kings and the leaders of each clan who got to decide. How is the position of High King appointed? Votes. Elected. It was an elective position. People nominated themselves as candidates, and then the kings chose. Yeah, an oligarchy. Sorry, that's a much better way of saying it. Was it a political position? Yes, it was a political position. Confederation more than anything? Yes. Well, the Confederation in Irish medieval history, we'll see some confederation happening. But yes, so you have the during this golden age, you also have the arrival of the Vikings in, I believe, the 8th century, if not the 9th century. Around that time, started causing the Viking era. So if you're not aware, the Vikings did invade and colonize Ireland, including the city of Dublin was developed and became the center of Irish sort of politics, due in part to the efforts of the Vikings. So you have, during this time, you have the Vikings settling and being involved in Irish politics. You have not necessarily just Irish versus Vikings, which did happen, especially in the arrival of the Vikings. You did have the Irish trying to team up as a confederation, essentially, to drive out the Vikings, but the Vikings, in sort of shrewd fashion, did team up and take advantage of inter-Irish rivalries, and so align themselves with one faction or another to help maintain their position in Ireland. Do you still see Nordic influences in Dublin today? Yes. Well, Irish people weren't red-headed until the Vikings arrived. So there you go. Like, that's a pretty obvious example of how the Irish influenced, the Vikings influenced Irish society as a whole. Red hair did not exist in Ireland prior to the arrival of the Vikings. So yeah. Where was I up to? Was there any... I'll get to that in a bit, guys. Please wait until doing the messages. I do appreciate you guys typing the messages, but I do want to try and get through all the thoughts of the thing first. But yeah. So yeah, you have, for example, some of our historical sources. I'm going to not butcher the Gaelic here, and I'm going to just say it's the War of the Irish with the foreigners. So the foreigners was the catch-all term that they used for the Vikings. And so it's I forget what is it is it Gale? Yeah, it's Gale, I think. Anyway, basically what we find is that much like the Normans integrated themselves into English society, the Vikings integrated themselves into Irish society. And so you have the Vikings marrying into Irish culture, Irish families, adopting Irish sort of customs, identities, dress sense. You have a mixture, a fusion of this like Norse Irish identity together into sort of like a fusion essentially. And so as a result, you get not only you have the Irish, but you also have the Norse Irish populations intermingling as well. Oh yeah, and so by the 12th century, Ireland is divided into petty kingdoms and over kingdoms. So you have I'm gonna butcher them, but you have Ulster in the north, you have Connacht in the west, you have Leinster in the southeast, you have Munster in the south, you have Meath in the centre. And then the High King acted as the overall ruler, with the title being disputed over, like quite often, with conflict arising between the various different lords of Ireland, or not lords, the kings of Ireland, trying to fight for the title of High King, because it was pretty important. Anyway, okay, if you have any questions, send them in now. I'll take a sip from my cup of tea if anyone has any questions. What were the Vikings there for? Oh, they were raiding. It was you know how they sailed to England. They also sailed round England and Scotland and into Ireland, and they raided, and then they eventually settled. Did the arrival of the Vikings influence Irish raids along the English coast? Yes. Well, the Vikings set up settlements in Ireland, which they then could use to raid not only the rest of Ireland from, but also England. And you do have the Irish also adopting naval warfare in a similar fashion to the Norse later in history. But yeah, we'll get to that. Was there any concept of a unified Irish national identity during the period before the Norman invasion, or did people care about their local identity and or clan affiliation than being Irish? Yes. There was no such thing as Irish unification. There was no Irish identity. It was clans against clans. It was kings against kings. It was inter-Irish concerns rather than Irish versus exterior factions. For example, and we see that was Meath usually the High King seat. It changed. So if the list is on Wikipedia, if you do want to look it up, but there's a lot. There's a lot of kings. So specifically, I forgot to talk about it specifically, but yeah, the Battle of Clontarf was when the Viking era declined in 1014, where the High King Brian something, he defeated the Irish, but he also died as well in the process. He defeated the Viking, but died in the process. And essentially, the Vikings were sort of integrated into Irish society. Did these kingdoms ever try to invade each other? Yes, all the time. Raiding between the kingdoms and conflict between the kingdoms were very common, especially feuds. You also have on a lower level than the king level. You have on the clan level. You have clans raiding into territory of other clans. Oh, sorry, spoilers. So yeah, you do have these conflict, like inter-Irish conflict was the predominant conflict, even during the English occupation for a long time, or the arrival of the English. There was, yeah, the area that was Christian, as you say. I've seen things say that they're insular rather than the standard Catholic. How true is that in spirit? Yes. So the Christianity in Ireland did develop in its own way. It wasn't necessarily Roman Catholic. It was, for lack of a better term, like insular, I think is the term used, until it was sorry, I'm getting the text alert from that. Thank you very much. It sort of was what's the word? It converted when I think the English arrived, helped convert it to Roman Catholicism. Was the increased Viking of Ireland due to increased famine or political unrest in Scandinavia? I'm not actually too sure about Viking history specifically. It was just, I think, part of the broader sort of Viking era of which they were out sailing and raiding and plundering and looting, and because, you know, I mean, one could say that, you know, the resources of Scandinavia were a bit not as developed compared to, you know, the rather rich, sort of warmer European climates. Although it is kind of ironic to say warmer climates when you're talking about Ireland, but you are comparing it to Norway. So yeah, there you go. Does the Isle of Man of England a part of England back then, or is it its independent island? During this time period, the Isle of Man was occupied by the Vikings, and you still have people from the Isle of Man who are able to trace their heritage back to the Vikings from Norway and whatnot. Yeah, Brian Boru. Thank you. Brian Boru. That's the one. That was the name of the High King at the Battle of Clontarf. Sorry, I should have had that in the slide. It's a pretty decent thing to include in the slide. But I think that's everything. History of YouTube is sold. Welcome. Okay, moving on. So we have, starting in the 20th century, you have the arrival of the Anglos. You have the introduction of Irish, the Irish world being upended by the English and the Normans. So yes, in 1169, the Anglo-Norman mercenaries land in Ireland on behalf of the deposed King of Leinster, Dermot MacMurdo. Go back. Leinster being this one here. Oh, sorry. And this is him. This is the Dermot. Thank you very much. He was deposed in 1166 by the High King, and I've forgotten how to pronounce his name. Let me just very quickly look him up. I can do that on my other browser window real quick. Because there is a... There it is. There we go. You pronounce his surname, if I'm not mistaken, Rory O'Connor. So this is High King Rory O'Connor, is the Anglicized version of his name. And so he sought the support of King Henry II of England, because he was actually quite good friends with him. And so Henry realized that a loyal Dermot would allow the fleet of Dublin to be used in future campaigns against the Welsh and Scots. So this is the fleet of Dublin that I was mentioning, that had been developed following the influence of Viking technology and society and culture on the Irish world, medieval Irish world. And so naval campaigns became a regular occurrence in 20th century Ireland. You did have Irish raiding Wales as well as Scotland. So the invasion was sanctioned by Henry II, and in return, Dermot swore loyalty to Henry II and promised land to the Normans. So by this point, obviously in 1169, you have the Norman. You have the Norman invasion of England in 1066. So it's been about 100 years since the Normans have conquered England. And so, yes, the Vikings arrive, and within weeks they are very successful. They reinstalled Dermot upon his throne, as well as began raiding the neighbouring Irish kingdoms for money and plunder. So there are further landings in 1170 by the Earl of Pembroke, Richard Strongbow de Clare. If you've ever had a Strongbow beer, it is named after Richard, so fun fact. He captured Dublin and Waterford, and he also married Dermot's daughter. I forget how to pronounce this word. This name is Aoife. And basically, rather shrewdly or rather well timed, Richard does this political marriage because Dermot dies. Aoife, is it Aoife? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Dermot dies a year later. And so he inherits the kingdom of Leinster. And so you now have one of the high kings, well, not the high kings, you have one of the main kings of England now be occupied by a Norman. So the Irish kings, the Irish high king especially, as well as other Irish kings, aren't really happy with the Normans being here. And so they do form a coalition led by Rory O'Connor, and they besiege Dublin, but the Normans are able to hold most of their territory. They do lose some of the towns, but Dublin is held. So, about this conflict, this is a time when Christians fighting Christians was not seen as a good thing, because this is the time of Crusades. This is a time of the Pope being heavily involved in European politics. But there just so happened, about 20 years earlier, the only Englishman to ever serve as Pope, Pope Adrian IV, issued a bill as a means of curbing ecclesiastical corruption and abuse in Ireland, which granted King Henry II the right to invade and govern Ireland, and this was used as justification by the invaders to invade Ireland. He got that sanctioned invasion CP. Very convenient that there would just so happen to be the only English Pope in history. But yes, so the next slide is a piece of art. I don't remember the specific artwork's name or the artist, but it is depicting the marriage of Richard de Clare to Aoife. So there is, this is depicting the conflict in Ireland as a whole. So you have slain Irish lords and kings here, dead at the wedding. And you have other enslaved, defeated sort of Irish lords here. On the right, you have the members of the Norman sort of knights in attendance. You have instruments being played, and here is Robert de Clare marrying Aoife into Irish society. And then you have the priest and everything. And then I believe this is meant to be Henry II watching the wedding. And then you also have, fighting in the background as well. And also, yeah, there's the... I always forget what it's called. Is it just the harp of Leinster? I forget. Anyway, the symbol of Ireland. Anyway, moving on. So, when was this painting made? Oh, that would have been much later. That would have been, I would have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure. Is the deposed king of Leinster seen as a traitor? I think he was just seen as a little bit naive, unfortunately. He did promise land to the Normans, so regardless of the outcome, if he'd lasted much longer, he probably would have still forfeited lands to the English/Normans. Well, for the sake of clarity, I'm just gonna say Normans for now. I'll use the term English later, but yeah, it's very difficult to say if these are Normans or Anglo, in like the English invading or the Normans invading. I believe the historical sources from the Irish perspective do call them English, but you know, it's kind of one of those situations where, well, it's, you know, the Norman regime has only been in power for about 100 years. The nobility is completely Norman. So yeah, and the people involved are Norman noblemen. So yeah, it's one of those sort of sticky situations where you are dealing with how do these people identify? Like you don't want to ascribe like the wrong identity to the people involved in the conflict, but at the same time it's kind of difficult. Anyway, okay, thank you, I stretch. So after that, after the conquest of Leinster and the establishment of Robert de Clare or Strongbow as Lord of Leinster, because he wasn't a king, he couldn't be king because he was a member of the Norman court. He couldn't be a king, he had to be like a lord or an earl or something. Henry II launches a large-scale invasion in 1171 to assert his control over both the Anglo-Normans and the Irish. Thank you. And so he was actually prepared to fight both. So a thing to note is that the Irish castles or fortifications weren't really a thing. I believe there were some forms of fortifications in Ireland prior to the arrival of the Normans, but for the most part, it was it mostly Motte and Bailey? I think so, yes. Whereas the Normans, when they arrived, they were starting to build the traditional stone castles that you see in England and throughout the British Isles. And so, yeah, he actually brought siege material or siege equipment to deal with the Norman defenses if push came to shove. And so this invasion marks the first time that an English monarch set foot on Irish soil. And so, yes, this invasion was supported by the Roman Catholic Church, ensuring Irish religious reform, as I mentioned before, getting rid of the insular sort of Irish Christianity and making sure it is in line with Roman Catholicism, as well as getting more taxes for the church in Rome. Yes, so Gregorian reform from the 11th century had yet to be implemented in Ireland, and so there was also Irish marriage laws also conflicted with the church. So they wanted the Pope was quite insistent on all of these things being rectified, so to speak. And so yes, many of the Irish kings submitted to Henry in hopes that this would curb Norman expansion and stability, because the Normans were being very aggressive because they were technologically and militarily more developed and advanced than the Irish kings and clans and townships that surrounded the land that Robert de Clare had taken. In actuality, this did not really happen. So Henry took unconquered Meath and assigned it to Hugh de Lacy. And so the Norse-Irish towns were declared crown land, so royal domain of the monarch, and it did unfortunately not actually stop the attacks from the Normans. What are the Irish and the English Are the Irish and the English the same in this case? No. But yes, if anyone has any questions about this slide, please let me know. Were the Irish okay with concubines back then? I believe they were allowed to have multiple spouses. I think. Normans were fighting the Varangians, so the Scandinavians went west, faced those in the east in southern Europe. Crazy how things went. Yeah. Obviously not necessarily the same people, but yes. What are the Irish marriage laws? I would have to remember. I think I've forgotten, but I have it in my notes somewhere. If I find it, I'll let you know. What's the Gregorian reforms? So that was to do the reforms of Pope. Is it Gregory the Second? It was, right? No, it was Gregory the Seventh. Sorry, Gregory, not seventh. Pope Gregory the Seventh. In the 11th century, and so he implemented a lot of reforms into the Catholic Church that you see that sort of formed the basis of medieval sort of standard of the Catholic Church. Why did Henry attack the other Norman guy already got Ireland through marriage? Because he believed it was his by right. Because he had permission to do so. And he was able to do so. As well as, you know, he could seize land, he could get more money, you know. It's a lot of sort of like political and economic incentives to conquer and invade. Okay, moving on. So, we have the Treaty of Windsor in 1175 and the establishment of the Lord of Ireland. So the treaty acknowledged Henry as the overlord of all conquered territory. The High King Rory O'Connor was named overlord of the remainder of Ireland and had to swear fealty to Henry, which also required a yearly tribute of cowhides, which is a very specific thing that he had to give. I don't know why, but apparently it was a lot of cowhides that he had to give to Henry II. The treaty does not, however, last very long. Both Henry and Rory are unable or willing to control the Normans/Irish from, to stop them from fighting or raiding each other. So the fighting continues. Conflict over townships, control over towns, castles were even destroyed during this time period. In 1177, Henry declares his son, well, one of his sons, because he had 3 sons, his youngest, to be Lord of Ireland, which means that that title meant that the king claimed the whole island as his territory, it granting titles to kingdom held by the Irish and authorizing the Norman lords to conquer even more land, because the Normans were, you know, obviously subjects of Henry. So they had sort of more right, or they were seen as being, they had the right to conquer and invade more. So the kingdoms of Desmond, Thomond, Connacht, and East Ulster were invaded. And so the territory held by the Normans became a part of the Lordship of Ireland and part of the Angevin Empire. And yes, so as I mentioned earlier, the Norman success was due to military superiority and castle building. So they could conquer land, they could win battles, and they had a lot better time holding onto that territory. Okay, moving on. Oh wait, does anyone have any questions? Anyone, any questions about this slide, or shall I move on? What were Henry's 2 other sons doing around this time? You'll find out. You'll find out very soon, don't worry. And thank you for the follow. Where the Vikings at? Vikings by this point had either integrated into Irish society, so you have a Norse-Irish integration of like culture and ideas and intermarriage, blah 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 blah, or they had left. Okay, moving on. Oh, what was the main export of Ireland in this age? Agriculture, fish, livestock. They weren't exporting anything. Not really. I believe Dublin was exporting goods. A lot of it was probably salted meats, because Ireland was very rich in farmland. So there was a lot of my understanding is there were a lot of salted meats and other sort of produce being probably exported to England primarily, but maybe also to like France. It's you know, the trade networks for the Irish I don't think were that big, but I could be mistaken. Okay, moving on. So the impact of the Anglo-Norman invasion on Ireland. So you have an introduction of large-scale haymaking, the cultivation of pears and cherries, introduction of larger breeded sheep, and then other creatures such as, or animals and food as rabbits, perch, pike, and carp. You have the widespread adoption of coinage in Ireland, which was originally introduced by the Vikings, but the Normans were the ones who introduced coinage and like coin-based bartering and trading, because prior to that it was quite literally bartering instead of a financial payment. It was, hey, I'll trade you this for this, you know. Norse Gale still existed in the Hebrides. Yes. They were a lot harder to conquer. So it was, I think they also probably didn't integrate as much as the Irish did, because the Hebrides are very isolated in terms of like the, you know, each individual island, and there's thousands of islands, whereas the, you know, the island is one island. Anyway, moving on. So yes, coinage was first minted in Ireland in the 1180s during John's lordship. You have the introduction of the feudal system into Ireland. So you have the common population forced into tenancy bound to the owner of the land, whereas the previous Irish system allowed it for service to multiple lords, as well as the transference of the land that you worked on from one lord to another. By lord, I mean king or clan leader. It was a very fluid system. Very, very fluid system of sort of societal organization for the peasant class. And then so when the Normans arrived, they introduced a very fixed, static system with feudalism. So you have the introduction of Norman castles, you have as well as forming the basis for new settlements. So you have towns being built around the castles and introduction of walled towns. So you have the concentration of population into towns, which previously the Irish population was very sparsely sort of placed throughout the land in rural communities rather than urbanized. What were we up to? Oh yeah, the Reformation of the Irish Church, so and the sort of establishment of Roman Catholicism in Ireland. And English common law was also applied to Ireland as well. And so the Normans were able to keep the Irish lords in check by manipulating the Gaelic rivalries. But also, Henry also manipulated the Normans as well into making sure that none of them got too uppity or powerful to usurp the lordship of Ireland from him. Well, from his son, so to speak. So yes, the keeping the focus away from each other stopped any efforts of unification or confederation that could rise against the power of the crown whilst Henry was away doing other things. And so you do have the Normans who were arriving and sort of colonizing and settling in Ireland, adopting Irish practices, language, customs, intermarrying into Irish society, and these would be known as the Hiberno-Normans. Okay, anyone have any questions? I think there was one just before. Do we actually have any historical records of bartering in pre-Viking invasion Ireland? I was under the impression that informal credit was rather what was preceded hard currencies. I don't know for certain. I would have to get back to you on that, or unless if you want to look it up yourself. I'm not too sure. Yeah. It reminds me of Japan. Oh, was there any discrimination? So there was, in my understanding, there was the sort of idea that, hey, these are foreigners, but as you saw in where was it? As you saw in this situation, the Irish lords were very quick to actually submit to the new foreign power because they realized that, hey, there's not really anything to gain from fighting them. We'll be able to keep going on our own way and living in our own system if we just, bow our heads and say, hey, he's the we owe him fealty. How do you feel as a historian knowing that you had affected you personally in life? Started because some king did some shit 1,000 years ago. That's just history in general. As we'll find out in this lecture, because as it turns out, a lot of the stuff with the Troubles maybe can be traced back to 800 years earlier in history. Why did all these people integrate into Irish culture, not the Irish conforming to their invaders? So the Normans have a history of doing that already. The Normans adapted to life in English society, or Anglo-Saxon society, I should say. And so they were doing it again in Irish society. Yeah, there you go. Did Ireland develop a wool cloth industry like England did in this period? I believe so. I believe the introduction of the sheep into Ireland was due in part to help cultivate industry. That said, I'm not too sure on the sort of like individual sort of developments of like the landowners in Ireland, because there's quite a lot of different sort of economic sort of systems going on at the time. Did they learn French or Irish? The Normans, or do you mean the Irish? No, the Normans would have been learning Irish. It's not unique to Ireland. Many invaders end up adopting the culture and customs of their subjects. Yes, it's a common theme throughout history. Okay, moving on. Okay, so we have the Lordship of Ireland being established under Prince John, who would actually go on to have an expedition in 1185 under the order of his father, because Hugh de Lacy, like I had said, got a little bit uppity and had decided that, hey, I'm pretty powerful. I'm like the strongest Norman leader in Ireland. I don't think I need to do what you tell me to do. So yes, Prince John goes to Ireland. He was very young, I think, at this point, and so he was very inexperienced. And he also had a lack of funds, so he wasn't actually able to pay his army for his expedition for that long. So it ended up not resulting in very much. I believe Hugh was eventually dealt with later, but I can't remember if I put that in the slideshow. Anyway, so as you can probably see in the next point, John actually becomes king, despite being the youngest of three brothers. His two elder brothers die, as well as his father die in fairly quick succession, and so he becomes king in 1199, which means he is a king without an heir, which means the title of Lordship of Ireland is then conferred to him as king, and so the title is then held by the crown of the Angevin crown. So instead of it being given to a junior Norman prince, it came under his direct rule. So he launches a second military expedition in 1210. How old was he at the time? Oh, I don't remember. Sorry, I should have written down his age. Give me a sec. He would have been in 1185. He would have been 19 years old. Yeah, he would have been 19 years old. Okay, and then also there were smaller conflicts between Irish kings and Hiberno-Normans, with an example being the conflict over Connacht in 1230. So you have on the right, this is a little bit later than what we're talking about here, but this is Ireland in the year 1300. So the native Irish are limited to obviously the green areas. So you have Munster, you have O'Neill over here. Whereas the Norman lords were pretty successful in their conquest of an expansion of territory throughout Ireland. Okay, anyone have any questions about this slide before I move on? Anyone at all? Sorry, I'm just having a sip of tea. My tea's gone cold. Is that where Munster cheese originates? I have no idea, sorry. Okay, Munster Castle? Yeah, that's in there. What exactly are these Hiberno-Normans? So the Hiberno-Normans are it's the term used for the Normans that were integrating into Irish society and culture after the conquest in the previous century. So these guys here. So like your Hugh de Lacy's, your Robert de Clare's, those were the people that were sort of integrating into Irish society. And they're actually referred to at some point, start getting referred to as the Old English, but we'll get to that in a bit. How do the native Irish maintain control of these lands? It looks like their kingdoms are quite isolated. Exactly. So the borders aren't... So we have to bear in mind that the nations and the clans and the kingdoms back then did not have static borders like this. They, they weren't drawing up, lines on a map and saying, this is my bit, and you can't step over this line, otherwise you're invading. And then, they had, essentially they would have territory be marked by, towns and villages that would have been showing fealty or loyalty to them, rather than having, specific borders. Hence why you get a lot of conflict across... you get a lot of conflict across sort of clans as they just encroach on each other's territory. Yeah, it's very similar in across medieval history in general. The notion of actual borders is a modern concept. Okay, moving on. Okay, so we have again lordship of Ireland. So the Magna Carta was extended in 1217 in the Charter of Ireland. The county system and the Parliament of Ireland were implemented in 1297, so you have local government now implemented in Ireland. Membership was based on the fealty to the king and the preservation of the king's peace. So the actual Irish kings did have a presence in the Parliament of Ireland if they were loyal to the king. And so obviously you also had the Normans as well, the Hiberno-Normans in the Parliament as well. And so then there were also autonomous Irish kings that were outside of the system, and the number fluctuated throughout history because, loyalties to the crown waxed and waned with when people felt like it benefited them, so to speak. So as we mentioned earlier, the Bruce campaign. So Robert the Bruce gained independence, or fought an independence war against the English for Scottish independence, and he actually sends his brother Edward to invade Ireland. And so you have the Irish kings offering to crown Robert the Bruce High King of Ireland in return for driving out the Hiberno-Normans out of Ireland. So you do still have this sort of tension between the different cultures. The Normans are still seen as different or other, and the Irish are, seeing... the Irish still see, hey, they would rather have a Scottish leader be over them than, say, the Normans. Because, it's what's the term? What's the saying? Well, the saying is better the devil you know, but this is kind of the opposite. They didn't want to deal with the Hiberno-Normans who were, just constantly raiding and expanding their own territories at the expense of the Irish king. So they were turning to, another alternative as hopefully as as a better alternative to what was the current system, because as we saw, they were losing a lot of land and territory, and villages and towns, to the Normans. So yeah, although they were initially successful, Edward Bruce struggled to hold any of the areas that he had conquered, and so he resorted to pillaging in order to sustain his army, which is not a good idea if you want to win over the local population. Also at that time, you have the Great Famine from 1315 to 1317 reaching Ireland, which meant his army was just getting absolutely obliterated through the attrition from disease, essentially. And so Edward Bruce dies at the Battle of Fogart in 1318, and that brings an end to the Bruce campaign in Ireland. Any questions? Anyone at all? Let's not have a new devil. Surely the Scots are better than Normans, clueless. What were Irish-French relations like this, considering England and France had issues with one another? Should be getting to that in a little bit. At this point, the Irish and Normans have been fighting for a while. Did their tactics and strategy adapt? Yes. Well, the Irish were very adept at sort of hit-and-run guerrilla tactics, whereas the Normans had, they had knights. Like, they had more structured, organized armies. What caused the famine? Oh, it was just like if I'm not mistaken, the Great Famine of 1315, I believe, was just poor harvests. So it's just a combination of like bad weather conditions, resulting in poor harvests for a couple of years, which resulted in a shortage of food on the island. Did Irish-Scottish relations continue throughout the ages? Yes. Ireland and Scotland did have sort of like political interactions with each other throughout history as well. You know, it's like a triangle of Irish, Scottish, English sort of interactions, but for the most part it is between Ireland and English. Quality of Irish weapons? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I can't tell you for certain if like what sort of weaponry that the Irish were using at the time. Were the Scottish and Normans just overall at war also on the mainland? I believe so, yes. I believe so. Fun fact, the Scots were originally Irish natives who migrated to modern Scotland and integrated with the Picts. Yes. The clans of Ireland have heritage with the clans of, or shared heritage with the clans of Ireland. Was the famine the Great Potato Famine? No, that was in the 18th century. 19th century. That was 19th century, so that's a little bit before this. I mean, a little bit after this, I should say. You're somehow following along despite having zero idea in Irish history. I'm glad. Also, post-mortem, I think I answered your question. Oh, but how did the Normans, who seem more unified, not just take control of the isolated Irish kingdoms? Probably due to... I don't know. I've not thought about that. They're a very resilient sort. It's a lot harder to conquer land and hold land than it is to just simply say, hey, we are more technologically advanced, we should be able to just beat them. But yeah, aren't potatoes from the Americas? Yes. So you have to wait a little bit before the potatoes become the single crop dependence. What is it called? Single crop dependence, I think is the term used. Anyway, okay, moving on. Oh yes, here we go. So this is where we were up to. Wait. Oh, I had that. Oh, I forgot to take that off this slide. I must have accidentally forgot to take this bit off the slide. Sorry. Wait, did I mess up? Oh, I did. Anyway, whoops, sorry. Yeah, ignore this bit. Go to this bit. So the De Boer Civil War in 1333 to 1338 followed the death of the Earl of Ulster, William Don de Boer, which resulted in the most powerful of territories in Norman Ireland being divided up between the members of his family, between 3 different factions, which resulted in infighting between the 3 factions, which eventually resulted in the Irish taking advantage and taking back all the territory in 1339. And then, unfortunately for the Irish, you have the Black Death arriving in Ireland in 1348. And so, actually, the Norman/English inhabitants living in the towns and villages were harder hit than the dispersed Irish rural population because of the development of town systems and urbanization. So, as a result of the Black Death, English-controlled territory of Ireland actually began to shrink and eventually shrank all the way back to the Pale, which is the land around Dublin. And it resulted in the resurgence of Irish dominance. So, the Black Death actually helped the Irish reconquer Ireland from the Normans. I think... Yeah, okay. So, here you can see Ireland in the year 1450, and you can see how much of the territory is now re-owned by the Irish. The native Irish, I should say. And then you have the integration of the Anglo-Irish or Norman Irish lords in purple here. And then here's the Pale, which was actually held by the king. Yeah, they summoned Nurgle. So you then have the start of the 100-Year War in 1337, also known as Leet. And the War of the Roses in 1460, which was a major distraction from the English protection of the lordship of Ireland. So the detachment from Norman/Anglo society resulted in the resurgence of Gaelicization of Ireland, and the Norman populace was alienated from the... I can never remember how to pronounce this word. I always forget. Is it Plantagenets? Plantagenets government, which is the bit here, the Pale. Close enough, yeah. See, the thing is with history is that I read so much of it, I never actually say it out loud, and so I butcher pronunciations. Use this French accent, yeah. There you go. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Where was I up to? I'll get round, by the way, I will get round to thanking all the, donations and the subscribers. I just wanted to keep the sort of the history lecture a bit more concise and on topic instead of having to take breaks to say thank you. Hence why it's muted. I do hear the message, but thank you. Okay, so you have the cultural assimilation of the Hiberno-Normans into Irish society. This is when they start getting referred to as the Old English. So they were they had adopted Irish language and customs, and so with the influx of more modern English invaders, or settlers, or colonizing efforts, these guys considered themselves Old English. And then you have examples of the statue of Kilkenny, talking about how many of the Anglos in Ireland, the English have said land, forsaking the English language, manners, mode of writing, laws, and usage, live and govern themselves according to the manners, fashion, and language of the Irish enemies. So you have the English aware of the fact that their local lords were adapting and integrating into Irish society. They actually tried to ban those of English descent from speaking or dressing in Irish fashion, or speaking Irish, or adopting any Irish customs, as well as intermarriage into Irish families. They failed, basically. The ban was never enforced. And so you also get the phrase "more Irish than the Irish themselves" emerging at this time point, which is the phenomenon of cultural assimilation in the late medieval Norman Ireland. And so yes, you actually have these Anglo-Irish lords or Norman Irish lords actually siding with the native or indigenous Irish in political and military conflicts against England. And then you have I think it's Poynings Law, which was established by the Lord Deputy of Ireland in 1494, which resulted in the Parliament of Ireland could not meet until its proposed legislation had been approved by both the Lord Deputy and Privy Council, as well as the English monarch and Privy Council, which was a system to keep the Irish political system in check, so that the Irish didn't get too sort of fond of the idea of governing themselves, basically. Okay, any questions about this slide? Any questions at all? And you can sort of see the different clans sort of emerge. You still have the kingdoms, the earls. So the Normans adopted the title of earl instead of king. But yeah, you have up here you have Ulster. You have here Desmond, Ormond, Kildare, and Wexford over here as well. How could the Normans even enforce the last bit if they held so little land? So technically the lords were still beholden to... They still swore fealty to the king and paid taxes to the king. They just felt more akin to their Irish brethren than their English brethren. Yeah, they had assimilated into the local culture. Hence why they associated themselves more with Irish culture than the Normans. Whereas if you mean how did the Norman/English enforce that, the answer is they didn't. Aside from the council stuff, because this was very much the power of the Parliament was consolidated inside Dublin. Is that where you get the phrase "beyond the pale"? I believe so. I think so. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure about the etymology of "beyond the pale," but I would hazard a guess that's where the origin comes from. Okay, moving on. So you have the Lordship of Ireland again. Okay, sorry, I used this title quite a few times. So you have the native Irish lacking a sense of national identity. So this is what we were talking about earlier. There was no national Irish identity. This was due to shifting alliances between each other, as well as mercenarism being very commonplace. People selling their military service and sort of selling their sword to the highest bidder. You didn't have any sort of loyalty to a lord, rather than you were just loyal to, hey, whoever would pay you. Yes, living up my Irish mercenary heritage. Yes. And so the lordship usually ran by the Hiberno-Norman Lord Deputy, which was specifically Kildare, the earldom of Kildare. It helped keep most of the Irish clans loyal to the crown because it was someone who was similar to them and who understood Irish customs and society. However, you do see the Irish chiefs and kings becoming alienated against the oppressive measures of the English government. For example, Poynings Law, for example, was very oppressive because the government, the Irish, did not actually get to govern themselves. They only got to sit in Parliament and decide on matters when the English said they could. And so you then find English-born administrators less sympathetic towards the Irish. Thank you. As well as the Irish kings and chiefs openly turning anti-Norman/anti-English. It's okay. Don't worry about being late. The adaptation of guerrilla warfare to defend territories against the scant English forces. So specifically, hiring an army, very expensive. As well as keeping the lands defended, very expensive. So the army of Ireland was kept, the Lordship of Ireland was very small, and was, if there was any sort of unification or threat of unification, which is why the Lordship and the Normans did manage to play those factions against each other, like the clans and the kings against each other, was because they knew if they did unify against them, they stood very little chance and would have to get reinforcements sent over from England. And so you have you have the Geraldine Rebellion, which was one of the main sort of important uprisings against English rule in Ireland by Silken Thomas, which is the title, that was the nickname that he had. That was in 1534 to 1535, and it forced the King of England to act. And so he was the Earl of Kildare of the Fitzgerald dynasty, and he was actually the Lord Deputy of Ireland. So he was actually the guy who was meant to be governing Ireland, and he rose up against the king. And so this is Silken Thomas over here. This is the flag of Kildare. And then these guys over here are called Galloglass, which is the term for Irish mercenaries. Okay, and so you might notice cousin of the king, because obviously he's a Norman or Hiberno-Norman, so he's actually related to the English monarchy. So does anyone know who was king at around the time of 1534 to 1535? Anyone got any ideas? Anyone at all? Ba-ba-da-ba. This big guy. It's Henry VIII. This guy. The absolute unit, for lack of a better term. Yes, it's Henry VIII. So we have Henry VIII and the establishment of the Kingdom of Ireland. So Silken Thomas's revolts resulted in Henry needing to pay more attention to the Irish matters. The rebellion was put down, and the Fitzgerald dynasty was deposed as Lord Deputy of Ireland, and so the title was then henceforth held by English lords, the first of which being Leonard Grey in 1536. During this time, there were massacres of Irish populace, putting down the rebellion, including the killing of non-combatants being deemed acceptable by Crown forces. And so this is a map of, I believe, 16th century Ireland, but I could be wrong. I scoured it trying to find any date on it, but there's no date. Maybe someone else knows in specifically what year. And so yeah, you have this happening, and then also alongside all of this happening in Ireland, you also have the development of the English Reformation. Parliament of Henry VIII, led by Thomas Cromwell. That's a funny surname. Cromwell. I sure hope we don't encounter anyone with that surname later in Irish history. Yeah, anyone have any questions for this bit? This is a very short slide. But basically, the rebellion was put down in brutal fashion, and the English were more brutal to the Irish at this point. And then alongside this, you have Henry VIII and his Protestant Reformation being implemented. Boop. So we have the English Reformation. So it's important to state that this was a politically motivated religious reform. If you're not aware about the English Reformation, it was due to Henry VIII wanting to divorce Catherine of Aragon because she was past childbearing age, and he wanted a son as an heir. He had a daughter with Catherine, but he was unable to have a son, and he was worried that if he had a daughter on the throne, that the Kingdom of England that he had so well developed during his reign would destabilize under the reign of a woman. And so the argument that he made was that because Catherine of Aragon was actually the former wife of his deceased brother, he was like, oh, this is an invalid marriage. That was the argument that they used. But the Pope was like, nah. Because the Pope didn't... divorce was very uncommon, if not allowed in the Roman Catholic Church at that point. Yes, he wanted to claim land. I will get to that. It's further in the slide. It's further in the slide. there, dissolution of the monasteries. I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to that. Yeah. Anyway, so yes, you have the Pope Clement VII excommunicating Henry VIII in 1533. He was then excommunicated again in 1538 by Pope Paul III. You have the Act of Supremacy in 1534, declaring Henry VIII the supreme head of the Church of England, thus separating England from papal authority, which gave the crown the authority to disband the monasteries in England, Wales, and Ireland, appropriate their income, and dispossess them of their assets, which was the Dissolution of the Monasteries Act in 1536. This Act of Supremacy in England in 1534 was then done in Ireland in 1537, which then sparked the constitutional crisis over the Lordship of Ireland, which was due in part due to the separation of Rome, because the Lordship of Ireland, if you don't remember all the way back here, if you remember all the way back here, the Lordabilita gave permission from the Roman Catholic Church for the King of England to invade Ireland. So all of a sudden, when you're no longer beholden to or listening to the power of the Roman Catholic Church, you've suddenly lost the justification that you had for invading and controlling Ireland. So how does Henry VIII get out of that one? Any questions? Any questions? Yes, monastery money was very, very lucrative. Because tithes. Why are the Henrys so shit? Who's this? Oh, this is Thomas Cromwell. This is Thomas Cromwell, who helped lead the Reformation. Any questions? Nope. Any questions? Okay, moving on. So we have the establishment of the Kingdom of Ireland through the Crown of Ireland Act in 1542, which then established, the Kingdom of Ireland. It was not recognised by any of the Catholic monarchies in Europe, and it was ruled under a personal union. So it was technically an independent entity, but it was ruled by Henry VIII. So you then had, it was led by the Lord Deputy on behalf of the King. So you had a deputy position ruling a kingdom, which is a little bit funny. But I guess that's kind of how it works. You have the consolidation of English control over Ireland beyond the Pale and bringing it under royal governance, which led to the Tudor conquest of Ireland. Due in part because there was fears of Ireland being used as a staging ground for invasions into Britain. And this fear of Ireland being used as a staging ground for invasions into Britain is commonplace throughout history. And so the system that the Tudors initially implemented for the conquest of Ireland was actually a diplomatic one. It was called the Surrender and Regrant System, which I believe Henry VIII was quoted as saying, politic drifts and amiable persuasions. Any questions? I will be going into the Surrender and Regrant System on the next page if you have any questions specifically to do with that. Here's my favorite Henry. Can't think. Henry Godwinson? I don't know. Okay. Moving on. Surrender and Regrant. So it was implemented first by Anthony St. Leger, who was Lord Deputy of the Kingdom of Ireland from 1540 to 1548. So the Surrender and Regrant legal system was the end of autonomous Irish clans. So the Irish clans had converted to a late feudal system under the English legal system. It was a non-violent method to subjugate the Irish clan leaders during the 16th century. And what happened was that the Gaelic and Norman Irish lords were encouraged to surrender their lands to the king and then have them regranted as freeholds, paying rent under royal charter if they swore loyalty. So they were forfeiting their lands to the king and then having it regranted back to them. And in doing so, The idea was that it protected them from attack, it also allowed them to organise local courts as well as enter the Parliament of Ireland. But this came with clauses, so they were expected to speak English, wear English-style dress, remain loyal to the crown, follow English laws and customs, renounce Roman Catholicism, and convert to the Anglican Church. This was an attempt to stabilise the Kingdom of Ireland under English rule, as well as supplanting Gaelic society, custom, and cultures. Obviously, this resulted in a clash with the existing Gaelic law and religious tensions, because you now had the Roman Catholics, you had the Irish Roman Catholics against the Norman/English Anglican or Protestants. It also clashed with this implementation of the land and lordships and titles being granted to these people in the regrant system was under the primogeniture system of inheritance, which clashed with the Gaelic elective kingship, which is called Durbfine. I've probably butchered how to pronounce that. But basically what it meant was that you could, when it came to voting for a new king or lord, it was actually an elective system, and so anyone in the family was able to become king, not just the son. It wasn't just inherited via always by the son, which is the primogeniture system. Although little changed overall for the Irish, the development of a centralized state and encroachment of Irish autonomy resulted in unrest, which was counteracted by the Lord Deputy, especially Anthony St. Leger, or Leger, I think is maybe how you say his surname. Thank you. So he was actually using the land confiscated from the monasteries to buy off the various different lords and keeping them in check. Because obviously the lands confiscated from the monasteries was very, very lucrative. Okay, moving on. Any questions about the surrender and regrant system? Anyone at all? This was probably easy to do because the Irish population was so divided. Yes. So this was still a fractured system of petty lords or kingdoms feuding against each other and not really having to care about a foreign power that they needed to push back against. Was there any pushback from the Vatican or the Catholic organizations over England's attempt to dismantle the Irish islands' Roman Catholic faith? Yes. So fun fact, Henry VIII was actually considered defender of the faith in 1521 because he wrote against the writings of Martin Luther and called him a heretic. But then, like 15 years later, made his own church and put himself at the head of it. So yes, the Irish and the Pope was very upset with what was happening in Ireland, as well as what was happening in England as well. You imagine the rulers would have been a lot more varied under the Durbfine system? Yes. Yes. Okay, I think if there's no more questions, we can move on. Yeah, he was never a hardline Protestant that you see in his successors. Like, he was, he's quite a staunch Catholic. I mean, he was literally a defender of the faith. Isn't it right for the act of a splintering of a kingdom into states? Balkanization. Or a fragmentation, or partitioning. There's multiple words you can use. Okay, moving on. So you have the Tudor military conquest of Ireland. So this was mainly under the reign of Elizabeth I, rather than Henry VIII. And Mary and... Was it Edward? Was it Henry, Edward, Mary? I forget who was between Mary and... Who is between... Oh, there are still questions? Was there? What was the question? Was Were there many female landowners, queens under the Durfine system? No, it was still predominantly men. Sorry. Apologies. There you go. Adomitas? What was Adomitas's question? Oh, how many of the Irish lords took the surrender and regrant deal? So I don't know the specifics, but it was quite a widespread adoption. But you do see that there were still some holdouts, which we will get to in this next slide. Oh, what the hell? What the hell happened then to my slide? That was weird. Okay, hopefully that answered the questions. So yes. So there was a military conquest. There's a lot to mention, possibly too many to cover at once. So there were continual feuds between Irish lords, as well as the succession crisis that occurred due to the primogeniture law that was implemented on these Irish lords that had accepted the regrant system, which the English then attempted to take advantage of these conflicts to help spread their control over Ireland, either by supporting one faction or one side, or intervening and taking the land for themselves. So at this point, you have the Spanish actually supporting the Irish Catholics during the Anglo-Spanish War of 1585 to 1604. So there was Spanish military presence in Ireland, fighting alongside the Irish. You have the Desmond Rebellions in 1569 to 1573, and then again in 1579 to 1583. And this was because of provincial military governors being installed in Southern Ireland that the Desmond dynasty saw as direct conflict with their own interests in the region. They had the fight to maintain the independence of their feudal lords, and as well as the religious freedom of the Catholics. This resulted eventually in the destruction of the Desmond dynasty following the Second Rebellion, as well as the establishment of a plantation and the colonization of Munster with English Protestant settlers. The English during this time implemented a scorched earth policy, which deliberately targeted civilians regardless of whether they actually supported the Desmonds. And this was considered a good policy to terrorize native populations into making them too scared to rebel against you. The Second Desmond Rebellion, was actually supported both by the Spanish and Papal forces. So the Pope was actually involved trying to undermine the Tudors in Ireland. Unfortunately, it ended with the death of Gerald Fitzgerald in 1583. And during that time, because of the scorched earth policy, 1/3 of the population of Munster was killed due to war-related famine and disease, as well as the actual conflict itself. And the Papal and Spanish forces were too insignificant to make any good headway in Ireland. Like, we're talking about, like, the numbers involved in the conflicts during this time, we're talking about mid-hundreds. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Papal forces had maybe like 700 troops. The Spanish had like 800. You have a English army of 4,000 troops, and then the Desmonds had maybe 2,000 troops on their side. We're still talking about relatively small-scale conflicts, which still had widespread implications for Irish society as a whole. Yes, Napoleonic warfare, this is not. If Munster was colonized, why isn't there a South Ireland counterpart to Northern Ireland? Hey, we'll get to that at some point. Don't worry, we'll get to that. Considering the Irish became independent was full of angry Catholics, doesn't seem like the kill them all was a good persuasion tactic. No. It turns out when you oppress people, they tend to not like you and rise up against you. Did the Spanish only assist the Irish because it was Catholic? Yes. So, well, it was, mutual enemies. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. You also had mutual religious conflicts. The Spanish were competing against the English, and the Spanish were fighting, for the good of Catholicism, because there was a pushback against Anglicanism from the broader European sort of political sphere. But yes, it was politically and religiously motivated. Yeah, I think that's all the questions. Who was the Earl of Essex, and what was he doing in Ireland during this period? Was he Shakespeare? He was one of the people that brought him up at the end of Henry V. I don't actually know. I've never actually seen. I don't think I've ever read Henry V. Actually. I'm pretty blind on my Shakespeare knowledge, sadly. The Earl of Essex would have been one of the lords fighting in Ireland on behalf of the Tudors, most likely. Who is Gerald Fitzgerald? He was the leader of the House of Desmond, the Desmond dynasty. Sorry, I forgot to maybe point that out. She cares not for the bard? Sorry. Okay, moving on. If anyone else doesn't have any questions. Oh, don't have the slideshow. Sorry. So we have the Tudor conquest of Ireland. So the first of which, or the main conquest, or the main conflict at this time was the 9 Years' War. It began in 1594 and lasted until 1603. It was originally known as Tyrone's Rebellion, led by Hugh O'Neill, the Earl of Tyrone, which is in Northern Ireland-ish, like Ulster region. It was originally a regional conflict in Ulster, which soon became a fight for control of all of Ireland. It resulted in the Confederation of the Irish against English rule in Ireland, which was then supported by the Spanish once again. They actually had initial successes at the Battle of Clontibret, I'm probably saying that wrong, in 1595, and the Battle of the Yellow Ford in 1598. So they were actually successful in pushing back against English rule and control over quite a lot of Irish territory in Ireland. Like, they did manage to push back the English quite a bit. But the English got a pivotal victory at the Siege of Kinsale from 1601 to 1602, with the war eventually ending with the Treaty of Mellifont in 1603. So the House of Tyrone, or the Earl of Tyrone, had to submit to the crown and was actually given the title of back and allowed a seat in the Irish House of Lords. So this was during a time where, if I'm not mistaken, Elizabeth I, who was still ruling at this time, the conflict, this 9-year war conflict, was very expensive, and the army, it was very expensive for them to fight and keep employing their troops, and it was in their best interest to sue for peace rather than keep fighting and annihilate their enemies. Hence why we have these rather nice terms, let's say. It's not the most awful of terms in that, hey, he led a rebellion against the queen, but he kept his life, and 2, kept his crown and his territory, aside from any church lands. He had to swear to be loyal to the crown and not seek any further assistance from foreign powers in exchange for a pardon. Brehon law, which is Gaelic law, essentially, had to be replaced with English law in his territory. The earls were no longer permitted to support Gaelic bards being one of the sort of promoters of the Irish folklore and the Irish spirits, or seen as one of the sort of instigators of early Irish nationalism and unity against the foreign powers, being the English. English would be the official language, as well as Catholic colleges could not be built on his property, because this is during the time where educational centers were still religious. And so, yes, you had these people going to universities, which were predominantly, the English kingdom wanted it to be Protestant colleges. It's an estimated 100,000 Irish soldiers and civilians died in this war, so it was a very, very costly war. So basically trying to erase the local and national history. A little bit, yes, but with some favorable terms to the Irish. Eventually, this resulted in I think there was some small-scale sort of conflict between the 9-Year War and the Flight of the Earls, which resulted in, well, the Flight of the Earls, which was Hugh O'Neill, the second Earl of Tyrone, well, this guy over here, as well as Rory O'Donnell, who's the first Earl of Tyrconnell. They left Ireland for mainland Europe for support against the English, because they wanted to rebel again. They sought a reinvasion of Ireland, but unfortunately that never came to pass. They actually arrived in Spain first of all, but Spain was unable to commit to the war because it had been rendered bankrupt in 1598, and it had also signed a peace with the English in 1604, which resulted in the Spanish not really wanting to break those terms because one, they didn't have any fucking money, pardon my French, but two, you know, declaring war again would be seen as a bad bloke move. And so the Flight of the Earls continued through mainland Europe, and eventually they arrived in Rome, because where else are the Irish Catholics going to go but Rome? And it symbolized the end of the old Gaelic order in Ireland, and the arrival of the Tudor English lordship over Ireland. Any questions? Any questions? Was it deliberate efforts on the Tudors to culturally convert the Irish to being more English? Yes. Was the Treaty of Mellifont actually enforced? I believe so, yes. I would have to do a little bit of reading, but I believe so, yes. Because when these earls left, their land was seized by the English. You still don't get how the Spaniards wasted all the gold. So it's not necessarily that they wasted the gold. It caused massive inflation in their kingdom. And then they were also at war with a lot of people. How are the English able to finance these wars? That's the problem. They weren't. Hence why the Treaty of Mellifont was established when it was, because they were actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this 9-Year War was towards the end of the conflict. It was making up 75% of the Exchequer's expenditures, which is a lot of money. So that's a lot of the English economy being dedicated to the conflict in Ireland. So yeah, it was quite a lot of. It was quite expensive, and it didn't really result in the sort of total annihilation that could result in financial recovery. So they basically settled for what they could. Was Ireland that worth it, money-wise? There's a lot of money that could be extracted from the Irish. How long is the agreement good for if it's tied to the ruler of the time? Well, not very, because, you know, Hugh O'Neill does keep, like, for the rest of his life, and I believe Rory O'Donnell as well, they were trying to instigate people to help reinvade Ireland. But it never happened. Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions? Otherwise, we can move on. Okay, so I've mentioned it before, but we're talking about the colonization of Ireland. And this is where it gets very messy. This is where it gets very, very messy. And this is where you get the real sort of beginning of strife between the ethnic and sectarian conflict. So we have the systematic colonization of Ireland from the 1550s to the 1620s. Irish-owned land was confiscated by the English crown, and colonization of this land with settlers from Great Britain. This resulted in the founding of many towns and massive demographic shifting, as well as the land ownership shifting, as well as cultural and economic changes, and as well as the arise of ethnic and sectarian conflict. Because now, not only did you have, previously it would have been the English nobles, as well as the nobles being the ones that were, they were the ones predominantly converting rather than the actual populace themselves. The Protestants would have been still a minority. Well, it wasn't a minority regardless, but a very, very small minority, whereas the conflict would have been fought between Catholics against Catholics for the most part in Ireland up until this point. And so the initial sort of plantations, one was called the Queen's County and the King's County plantations in the 1550s, which was this Offaly and Louth colony here in 1556 on the map. It was actually initially very unsuccessful because the local Irish lords and clans engaged in a fierce resistance and guerrilla warfare against the settlers, and so it didn't really they didn't really take off. And so then following that, you also had a colony of Antrim, which is in Northern Ireland up here in this about like orangey area, if I'm not mistaken. In the 1570s, that also struggled to get off the ground because the O'More clan, which was nearby, massacred the settlers in 1578. Oh, no, sorry. The settlers massacred the O'More clan and seized their land, sorry. My apologies. So the Antrim colony struggled, which resulted in multiple massacres of the Irish civilians of the area by the settlers. You have the I don't know how to pronounce this one, but it's near Cork County. I think it's Kerry. Is it Kerry? I don't know how to pronounce it. That was destroyed during the Desmond Rebellion, which was here. This Desmond Rebellion. It was destroyed then. And then you have the Munster Plantation initiated after the annihilation of the Desmond dynasty, and it was expanded massively following the 9-Year War. So the main one at this point, the main plantation, which has probably the most impact on Irish society going forwards, and you can probably tell from those maps, those maps and the colorations seem a little bit similar. The Ulster Plantation is the largest in Ireland, which, hey, that shape kind of looks like Northern Ireland, right? It was instituted by James I, formerly James VI of Scotland, and it included both English and Scottish settlers in Northern Ireland. So original Irish landowners were expropriated following the flight of the Earls, and new landowners settling in Ireland were banned from having Irish tenants. The Ulster Plantation was estimated to cover an area of 500,000 acres, also known as 2,000 square kilometers. I couldn't figure out how to do the little 2. I tried copy pasting a little 2 to make the kilometers squared, but I didn't know how to do it, so I just wrote square. I apologize. Anyway, the plantation was a means of controlling Anglicizing and civilizing Ulster. It also implemented the creation of pocket boroughs, which is something we will see in the future. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that little too. No, I tried doing the little what is it called? The little floating arrow. It didn't work. Anyway, so the pocket boroughs, we will see that in the very future. So if you look at this map up above, this is actually a modern election. This is the population density of Protestants versus Catholics in modern time. So this, I think, was like 2016 or something. So red being Protestant, green being Catholic. So the darker it is, the more developed each way it is. And if you compare that to the map in 1861, you can kind of see that the colors have kind of stayed the same. So yeah, there's I'll move my head out of the way, but there's the percentage of Protestant populations in Ireland in 1861 and 2011, which is skipping ahead a little bit because we are actually in the 1600s still. But yeah, there you go. So you have now 17th century Ireland. So despite the establishment of the plantations, Ireland under the Stuart kings of James I and then Charles I. It was a relatively peaceful time for the Irish in the early parts of the 17th century. That said, you still had many of the Irish land-owning families. They did actually not have proper legal titles under the English system, because their families had acquired them by force in the previous 400 or so years. And so, to obtain these titles, they were actually required to forfeit a quarter of their lands, which was a policy used by the Crown to break up the Catholic Irish real estates and help spread Anglicanism and English culture throughout Ireland. And so these anti-Catholic policies continued to be spread and enforced throughout Ireland, resulting in anti-Protestant sentiment among the Catholic majority population. So during this time, even though widespread English and Scottish Protestant colonization was in effect, you still had the Protestants being outnumbered on a scale of 15 to 1 in terms of population in Ireland. The Lord Deputy of Ireland, Thomas Wentworth, proposed a new round of plantations and seizure of land from the Catholics. And the Irish Catholics were actually barred from public office on religious grounds due to the fallout of the Gunpowder Plot in 1605, despite there being no Irish involved in the scheme. Does anyone not sure about the Gunpowder Plot? Anyone need a heads up, or is anyone able to answer the question of what is the Gunpowder Plot? Yeah, the 5th of November. Remember the 5th of November. Yes, Guy Fawkes. So it was a group of Catholic Englishmen essentially plotting to blow up the king and Parliament, which was thwarted in before it happened. So yeah. So unfortunately, it didn't go ahead, which also resulted in the Irish Catholics being punished as well, because it was a the barring of public office was widespread throughout England and Ireland. Yeah, so whilst most of the settlers were English or Scottish, many Dutch and French settlers actually arrived in the 17th century as well. And there were also English Catholic settlers moving to Ireland in the 17th century to escape persecution, because the English Catholics were actually even worse treated than the Irish Catholics. Because it was a lot easier for them to blend in with the Irish Catholics rather than try and hide their faith in England. Also, there was the fear of their neighbours reporting them for, practicing Catholicism. Am I Catholic? Yes. I might have misspoken when I said unfortunately. I didn't mean it like that way. Sorry. I'm trying to be impersonal and not biased in my recounting of history here. I misspoke. Anyway, despite all of this, it was a relatively peaceful time until the War of the Three Kingdoms. Oh, also, any questions? Oh, sorry. Fuck, spoilers. Any questions about the what were they growing on these plantations? So it was just traditional farming. It was traditional farming. So they were basically just seizing the land that was owned by the Irish Catholics and just replacing them and still farming the same sort of things. Anyway, moving on. War of the Three Kingdoms of Ireland. So it was an intertwining conflict fought between 1639 to 1653 in England, Scotland, and Ireland. And this is a very, very, very complex conflict, which we're not going to go into completely, because you could definitely have just a whole history lecture topic on this one conflict. It was very, very complex. But to break it down, it was originated with the Bishops' Wars in 1639 to 1640 between Scotland and England. There was then the First and Second English Civil Wars between the Royalists and the Parliamentarians. You have the Irish Confederate Wars, which spread from the 1641 to 1653. You also have the Cornwallian conflict of Ireland from 1649 to 1653, which obviously coincides with the Irish Confederate Wars. And then you have the English-Scottish War of 1650 to 1652, which is also called the Third English Civil War. So this is a massive topic. We're only going to focus on the two conflicts as it pertains to Ireland. But yes, it's very hard to isolate the Irish conflict from the broader conflict as it is very intertwined. In fact, you have all four factions present in Ireland, despite not all of them being, Irish related. So yes, the TLDR of the four principal participants of the War of the Three Kingdoms, also I threw in the game cover because why not, because it was a funny joke. So you have the Royalists, those who were loyal to Charles I and then subsequently Charles II. You have the Covenanters, who are Scottish Presbyterians that opposed the Stuart kings. You have the Confederates, which was the Confederation of Irish Catholics, seeking to gain Irish independence. And then you have the Parliamentarians, who were supporters of the Parliament of England, who were in conflict with the Royalists. And some strange fashion, all four factions, despite, the Parliamentarians and the Scottish Presbyterians, you would think maybe not being involved in Irish political system, were actually present. And unfortunately for the Irish, those Parliamentarians were quite good at what they did, which we'll get to very shortly. So, the Irish Confederate Wars, which was 1641 to 1653. Yes, they all fought against each other, with intertwining allegiances as well. It began in 1641 with a rebellion led by Phelim O'Neill of the Irish Catholics. He demanded an end to the anti-Catholic discrimination, greater Irish self-governance, repeal the Poynings Law, and the return of confiscated Catholic lands, which were seized via plantations. This is him over here. This is Phelim. There were fears over anti-Catholic measures stemming from the Bishops' War and potential invasion by the English parliamentarians and Scottish Covenanters. It was initially meant to be a coup d'etat, but it became a widespread rebellion and ethnic conflict. Thousands of Protestant settlers were expelled or massacred, as well as Catholics being killed en masse in retaliation. And at the time of the rebellion, the English garrison was only about 2,000 men, which was meager forces compared to who were rising, like the numbers that were rising up against them. And so yes, this image here is an example of propaganda by the parliamentarians against the Irish Catholics. So they were insinuating that the Irish Catholics were rounding up the English children and skewering them on pikes. So it says companies of the rebels meeting with the English, fleeing from their home, fleeing for their lives, falling down before them, crying for mercy, thrust their into the children's bellies and threw them into the water. Is basically what that says. I kind of butchered it a little bit. So yes, any questions about the conflict thus far? Propaganda? Oh, no, that's not his legitimate term here. There was propaganda on all sides. This is when widespread propaganda was utilized to, well, not the first conflict, but this was in the Irish sphere at least. This is when propaganda started being a widespread practice. 3 hours in and we aren't even up to the Napoleonic Wars yet. Nope. Literacy was pretty good. Yeah. Well, a lot of people would have probably had it read to them. Like this was to endeavor the English noble class or the peerage to hate the Irish, so to speak. Okay, so moving on. How much did the propaganda affect the morale? Well, there's arguments said that the reason Oliver Cromwell was so brutal against the Irish was because of this propaganda. That's one of the arguments made, is that he, quote, I don't know, for lack of a better term, fell for the propaganda and was after revenge for what was happening in 1641. Okay, moving on. So, the Irish Confederate Wars. Rebellion was very successful in the early goings in regaining control over most of Ireland. Cheekily, Phelim had the proclamation of Dungannon, in which he forged a claim saying that they were fighting on the king's behalf. So, in a sense, he managed to convince any royalists in Ireland that he was actually on their side, and that they were fighting against the parliamentarians, not the royalists. So this resulted in the formation of the Irish Catholic Confederation in 1642. Obviously, not all royalists joined the cause, and so it was essentially a free-for-all. The war back then was a free-for-all. Like, this War of the Three Kingdoms was a free-for-all. Charles I also said that he didn't do this. Like, he was like, no, I didn't say that. What are you talking about? So they fought against the royalists, the parliamentarians, and the covenanters. This conflict did in fact help spark the English Civil War between the royalists and the parliamentarians in the mid-1642. Charles eventually negotiates a ceasefire with the Confederates in 1643 because he needs to focus primarily on the parliamentarians. Which resulted in the Irish Confederate Army actually launching an expedition into Scotland to help the Royalist forces in 1644. And although they were initially successful with the allegiance between the Confederates and the Royalists, the series of defeats in 1647 prompts the Confederates to make a alliance/agreement, like a proper alliance with the Royalists. This results in a civil war with the Confederates because part of the Confederates didn't want to have anything to do with the nobility or the royal family, or the royalists, I should say, which resulted in the anti-treaty forces being defeated, or anti-allegiance, or the anti-royalist forces being defeated, and the pro-royalists, Confederates, aligning themselves with the royalists. However, this infighting during the Civil War hampered the Confederates from resisting a parliamentarian invasion. And this parliamentary invasion was led by none other than Oliver Cromwell. I'm going to take a sip here. He is not my Urshi. So, Oliver Cromwell. Oh, one sec. I might need to mute. I've been informed by my roomie I've been saying parliamentarian wrong. I thought I was saying parliamentarian. Anyway, parliamentarians, so Oliver Cromwell's conquest of the Irish, conquest of Ireland, which is from 1649 to 1653. Also, I apologize for skipping quite a bit of the conflict. It's just for the sake of time and saving time and doing this in a concise manner. Otherwise, we are going to be here all day if I talk about literally everything involved in the conflict. That will be a common theme when it comes to the actual troubles later in the lecture. I apologize because, unfortunately, there's a lot of that. Anyway, so the parliamentarians win the English Civil War, and the remaining royalist forces flee to Ireland. At the time, the parliamentarians only controlled Dublin, because in a silly sausage fashion, Dublin was actually controlled by a royalist. And prior to the royalists and Confederates aligning with each other, the royalist leader, who I think was the Earl of Ormond, surrendered control of Dublin to the parliamentarians and inadvertently gives Oliver Cromwell the foothold he needs to invade Ireland. So Cromwell lands with his new model army in August of 1649, and his first targets include coastal towns to increase the efficiency of landing of supplies and reinforcements into Ireland. And so during this conflict, scorched earth tactics was commonplace. So this conflict was not necessarily brutal, like especially brutal or stood out as a brutal conflict of the time. All of the factions in this war were engaging in scorched air tactics. And so that resulted in the siege of Drogheda, which I've probably said wrong, which resulted in the massacre of the civilians and non-combatants when the town was taken. And they were hiding in a church, and they were put to the sword and killed en masse. This was, again, replicated at the sack of Wexford, which were actually negotiating their surrender, but because they didn't actually surrender, by the time the massacre happened, technically, under laws of engagement of 17th century conflict, Cromwell was actually, quote-unquote, legitimate in his massacre. My roomie says it's Drogheda. There you go. My roomie is knowledgeable about Irish pronunciations, apparently. Anyway, so this results in fear being instilled in the towns of across Ireland, which results in towns such as New Ross and Carlow surrender in advance as soon as Cromwell shows up. But in contrast, you have the towns of Kilkenny, or I think it's towns? I think they're towns. Kilkenny and Clonmel. Surrender agreement negotiated after fierce fighting, and they were spared from a massacre, which I believe is partly due to Cromwell respecting their fighting spirit, so to speak. Munster eventually fell after so Cromwell marches south. Munster actually falls due to the British Protestant troops mutinying against the Irish Confederates because they didn't want to fight with them anymore. So most of Southern Ireland surrenders to Cromwell, or is taken by Cromwell. The Royalist alliance with the Confederate collapses because Charles II, the heir to Charles I, obviously, he allies actually with the Scottish Covenanters instead, which results in many of the Royalists in Ireland surrendering to Cromwell or shifting side to the Parliamentarians. Cromwell at this point has to leave Ireland in 1650 to deal with the Third English Civil War, which was the war between the Royalist Covenanter alliance and the Parliamentarians. And so the Irish Royalist Ulster army is destroyed at Scarfhollis, which is I probably butchered that, which results in Northern Ireland falling to the Parliamentarians. And there were further losses at Limerick and Galway, and the end of organised resistance to the Cromwellian conquest in Ireland. Any questions? Any questions? I'm just going to restart my app because I think my tracking is busted. He gained and lost the mandate of heaven. Not quite. His tactic was to hit them hard and fast. Potentially. That could have potentially been his reasoning. Are you in fact a Galway girl? No. I'm not going to say where in Ireland I'm from. Why were there so many English civil wars? Because this was a series of conflict between the Royalists and the Parliamentarians. Limericks come from Limerick, yes. I believe so. Um, I believe so. Apparently my roomie is just watching the lecture. Hi, roomie. You heard from Super Eye Patchwolf that the Irish regularly had wolves as pets and that Cromwell had them wiped out. Is this true? I have no idea, actually. That's the first I've heard of this. If England remained a republic, would anything of importance changed in history? Oh, gosh. Well, the oppression of the Irish would probably have remained pretty severe. Because it was... this is jumping ahead, but the Fair Treaty of the... consolidations towards the Irish happened after the Restoration. But yes, if there's no extra questions, we can move on, because yes, the Ireland has been subsequently conquered by Cromwell. So this was the resulted in guerrilla warfare and the oppression of Ireland. So the remaining Irish and Royalist forces engaged in guerrilla warfare, which the parliamentarians respond with brutal treatment of the Irish populace and anyone thought to be supporting the Irish and Royalists. They enacted widespread destruction of food supplies and forcibly evicted the civilians, which resulted in widespread famine throughout much of Ireland, as well as a bubonic plague outbreak. So Ireland was going through a bit of a hard time. There were also designated free fire zones, which resulted in indiscriminate killings of anyone found in those areas, and their cattle and goods shall be taken or spoiled as the goods of enemies. So just indiscriminate killings occurring throughout these free fire zones in Ireland by the parliamentarian forces. This resulted in a massive loss of life over the course of the conflict, stemming from the original rebellion in 1641 to 1653. The death toll is believed to be over 600,000, which is believed to have been about 20% of the population of Ireland at the time. Also, Irish people who were captured or imprisoned during this time period were then sold as indentured servants, many of which were sent to colonies in North America or the Caribbean. How big were these free fire zones? So I believe it wasn't necessarily like towns specifically, it was the areas between towns, so the open fields that would have been patrolled by the parliamentarians. So yeah, it was a common tactic of forced deportations. How did Ireland have this many people back then? Oh, so the population of Ireland in the height of the 18th century or the 19th century was 8 million, which is hard to believe that a tiny island had a population of that much. But Ireland was a very, very densely populated, well, not densely populated because it was quite spread out throughout the various different communities, but Ireland was able to have massive population growth during this sort of time period because, one, you've got Irish Catholics who, you know, during this time period in particular, you have families engaging in a lot of childbirth because you needed families to work the land. And so it was very, very commonplace to have large families. And then also you had, you had pretty good climate for farming and food production. And you also have the eventual introduction of goods such as potatoes into Ireland, which is a very efficient and nutritious food that, by efficient, I mean it takes up very little land to grow, so you can grow a lot of potatoes en masse, which is why potatoes were so instrumental in Irish feeding the Irish populace, which then resulted in, when the potato famine eventually happened in the 19th century, why it was so devastating. Yeah, high crop yields and for low area of growing. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Salad Snake. That's a very good point, or a very succinct way of putting it. Okay, so eventually you did see peace negotiated between the Commonwealth of England, because at this point the parliamentarians were in power, not the the Royalists. So the remaining guerrilla forces do surrender throughout 1652 to 1653, although some remained in the acts of banditry and outlaw behavior. But eventually, also the Irish troops were permitted to serve abroad in foreign armies not at war with the Commonwealth of England. So they went over to serve in the French armies and I think also the Dutch. I think. And then, yes, you also see that the pre-war Irish Catholic land-owning class was obliterated alongside the Roman Catholic Church in Ireland. You think the Spanish had some as well? Probably, yeah. Sorry, I'm just going to have a sip. Correct, Stabberson, the Flight of the Wild Geese. That's what it was called. Which I think I have in this slide, or it's in a future slide if I'm not mistaken. So the Cromwellian settlement of Ireland. It imposed harsh settlements on the Irish Catholic population. So those involved in the 1641 rebellion and the massacre of Protestants were very harshly punished, if not resulted in executions in retaliation for the massacres of the Protestants. There was the Act of Settlement in Ireland in 1652, followed by the Act of Settlement in 1662, in which the Confederates were executed, stripped of their land, or transported to penal colonies. This included those that did not even take part in the conflict. They were stripped of this land. And you see this dark area here on the map. This is Connacht. The Irish Catholic landowners were transplanted to Connacht. They were forcibly moved and resettled in Connacht. So if you can imagine, most of this land would have still been predominantly Irish Catholic landowners. They were all forcibly removed from their land and resettled in this tiny bit of land. And I believe it is fairly marshy. The Catholic population was also not allowed to live in any towns or marry Protestants. Because they couldn't... Oh, one sec. I've been told it's Connacht, because I keep saying it wrong. I'm an idiot. Because I read it literally, because I don't remember any Gaelic. There you go. Connacht. That makes sense. That does make sense, and it does sound familiar. My bad. Oh, I have to approve that term, apparently. Okay, anyway. Where was I up to? Oh yeah, so the new model army that had served in fighting the Irish, Cromwell couldn't actually pay them. So they were paid instead of salaries, instead of reparations financially, they were actually granted land to settle in Ireland instead. So the pre-war Irish Catholic land ownership, which was about 60% of Ireland, was down to about 20% following the war. This resulted in completing the British colonization and conquest of Ireland. And Ireland was merged into the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland. And this remained This remained until the eventual Stuart Restoration in 1660, but only a third of the land that was confiscated during that time was restored as part of the concessions by the Stuarts. Who punished them? The Cromwellian Commonwealth forces. Yeah, so the British. Does anyone have any questions? Are the consequences of the relocation still visible in the population of Connacht? I don't know, actually. Potentially. I haven't looked at it at that sort of level, like the small, like local level. I was looking at very much the broader Irish history. Okay, well, no one else has any questions, we can move on. Oop. Also, you can see the pail there. It's got like a face or something. I don't know. It's very weird. Actually, no. What is that? Oh, it's specifically baronies. Okay, yeah, specifically baronies. Never mind. Okay, moving on. No, there's a little thingy in the bottom telling me what it is. So, peace did not last long in Ireland. After the Stuart Restoration, we had the War of the Two Kings, which was like 20 years later, 20 or 30 years later, which was Ireland at war again in the Williamite War, which was 1689 to 1691 between William III, also known as William the Orange, or William of Orange, and the deposed Catholic King James II. So if you're not aware, William of Orange, well, first of all, King James II was a Catholic ruler, and he was deposed by the Parliament of Britain because of his religious status, and they invited his cousin, I think, William of Orange, who was a Protestant, to take over in what was known as the Glorious Revolution in 1688. So James fled to Ireland, seeking to reverse this revolution because he knew that the Irish, due to their population still being overwhelmingly Catholic, would likely support him. Unfortunately for him, the Irish armies were very ill-disciplined and ill-equipped. So the Jacobite army was unsuccessful in and lost at the Battle of Boyne in 1690, and eventually decisively defeated in the Battle of, I forget which battle, sorry, in 1691. Sorry, I should have written that down. Technically, the closest blood relation was Queen Mary, but the husband came as a package deal. Yes, correct. So this is where the Flight of the Wild Geese happened, or I guess properly occurred, in which the Irish army leave to serve in continental European armies. So France, Spain, Netherlands, elsewhere. We also had the Treaty of Limerick established. So those killed in the fighting between the War of the Two Kings had their land confiscated by the crown. You're sensing a pattern here. They had to swear an oath of loyalty to the William III. They did, however, guarantee religious freedom for Catholics and the retention of property for those that had survived, but it did lead to the establishment of the Protestant ascendancy in Ireland. Any questions? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Thumbs up? Thumbs up? What were the Irish relations with the Nordic countries at this time? I believe some of the Irish troops actually served in the Swedish army as levies, but I don't know specifically more than that. I found that fact when I was just doing my research. I was like, what? Why? It's very weird. Anyway, moving on. Why was he called William of Orange? Because one of the factions in the Netherlands was called the Orangists, and he was the leading member of that faction, if I'm not mistaken. It was the Statists and the Orangists, but also the orange is associated with the Dutch, right? The color orange is associated with the Dutch. I think, yeah. I might have gotten my orange Dutch stuff mixed up then, but I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. That may be because unlike Ireland, Sweden was lacking in people. Yeah. Okay, so the Protestant ascendancy, which was the period of 1691 to the 1800s in Ireland. So the Protestant ruling class maintains control over the Irish political sphere. The old Irish Catholic landed class never recovers from its former position in Irish society. And the Irish Catholics and Ulster Scots Presbyterian communities are systematically excluded from power. During this time, the penal laws are reintroduced, in which restricted Catholics from inheriting property. And Catholic land ownership falls from 14% in 1691 to 5% by the time of the 18th century. It also resulted in the economic destruction of Ireland, mass deforestation, and over mining of the iron industry saw a collapse in the exports of Irish estates, and basically the mass deforestation and over mining of iron saw the Irish estates shift to exporting foodstuffs, primarily supplying the English in England and the British Navy, as well as the colonies. Thank you very much. What did the Dutch do to their PM? They had a snack. Anyway, economic equality in comparison to Catholic majority population was living in famine. So yes, the Protestants were very wealthy and well-to-do, whereas the majority of the Catholics were living in poverty and famine. Whilst all this food was being shipped off to England, feeding the Navy, or off to the colonies, and these people were living in abject poverty and struggling to make ends meet. There was the Irish famine in 1740 to 1741, which is estimated to have killed 13 to 20% of the population of Ireland, which was believed to have been, at the time, 2.4 million people. Later competition over the exports of goods such as salted meats led to the Anglo-Irish landowners eventually switching to grain production in the 1780s. This is when potatoes become a common source of food for the Irish population in the 18th century because of how efficient it is. An Irish famine counter might be required. Yeah, there's been quite a few. You also have rural discontent towards the Protestant ruling class, and banditry is commonplace, which is exacerbated by the rapidly growing population despite, these widespread famines. As a result, we see a rise in Irish nationalism, which was attempted to be countered by the relaxation of penal laws towards the end of the 18th century to appease the Catholic majority. One such ruling was Henry Grattan's Patriots, which managed to get Poyning's law repealed in 1781, which granted Ireland legislative independence for the first time in a very, ever, if I'm not mistaken. However, that meant executive administration was still remained under the control of the executive of the Kingdom of Great Britain. What's causing the population to balloon here during the famine? Probably still record birthing rates, despite the famine, as well as the reliance of potatoes. But yeah, people back then still had large families, partly because child mortality rates were quite high. So, to counteract the fact that, it wasn't a guarantee that your child would survive childbirth, they would have lots of children to help out around the property and help out on the farms and help out, around the house. And also children could be used as a form of making money. But yeah, any questions? Any questions about this slide? Or shall I move on? What's that? Something about coming up later? Oh, why did it split in half? Yeah, let's get into that later. What is your opinion on child labor? Well, you'll see more child labor in the near future of the slides. How much profit per child? We'll get to that. Actually, I don't know if I will. But yes, children being sold for value is quite important. 5% land ownership is when in the 18th century. This would have been late 18th century. Late 18th century. Indentured servitude? So we have the Irish Rebellion of 1791. So we have the Society of United Irishmen movement, which was inspired by the French Revolution, with the goals of securing an equal representation of all people in a national government. It was actually originally thought up by the Presbyterians, the Scottish Presbyterians, if you remember those guys. They support to create a republic with the Catholic majority, using issues such as rent to recruit members to their cause. And then crackdowns on Irish rebellion, such as martial law seizures and arrests, resulted in uncoordinated uprisings throughout Ireland until the support from the French Republic arrived in late August. It was led by Wolfe Tone, whose name I'm probably butchering, and my roomie's probably gonna walk over here and correct my pronunciation anytime now. But he's a popular figure in Irish republicanism. My pronunciation is just bad in general. I apologize. Rebellion was made up predominantly of civilians, including women, and their weapons were not muskets, but rather pitchforks and pikes. So you can probably imagine how that went when they went up against the army of Britain. And so the rebellion was put down in violent fashion. Many of the captured and injured rebels were often just killed in the field as the army was told to give no quarter. Guerrilla fighting continued until 1804, as well as any prisoners that did survive being captured were sent to penal colonies such as Australia. Hence the large, quite a large, not necessarily just because of this rebellion, but you have a large Irish population in Australia. In response to this rebellion was the Acts of Union in 1800. This abolished the Irish legislature that Henry Grattan had fought to implement, and brought Ireland under the crown of the United Kingdom through the Parliament of Westminster. So instead of being ruled as a personal union, it was implemented into one kingdom. So we have the establishment of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. And the Catholics actually supported the union, as they were promised abolishment of the remaining penal laws if they did. Which you can probably guess how that went. There was another failed rebellion in 1803, led by Robert Emmet, as well as a Young Ireland rebellion in 1804, so there was still civil unrest against the British in Ireland. Does the large amounts of Irish people being shipped there during the penal colony period have anything to do with Australia's national colours being green and yellow? No. No, it doesn't. So the Anglo-Irish military figure / general / whatever you want to call him, Arthur Wellesley, who you might know as the Duke of Wellington, was a rather popular fellow during the Napoleonic Wars. You might know him from beating Napoleon at Waterloo. He, as Prime Minister, was actually quite in tune with the political strife of the Catholic population in Ireland, and helped pass the Roman Catholic Relief Act in 1829 as Prime Minister, which provided relief from the civil and political disabilities imposed by the penal laws. So it took a long time. It took 26 years for the penal laws to be removed. Did Napoleon ever try and support the Irish efforts against the British? I don't know about Napoleon specifically, but we did see earlier in the slides the French Republic were trying to support the Irish, yes. And so, yes, the first Catholic MP since 1689 was a man called Daniel O'Connell, who helped lead a peaceful movement, such as rallies, protests, against the injustices of the Irish Catholics were facing. Failed to abolish the Test Act, but did help pass reforms such as the Poor Laws, which, the Poor Laws, created workhouses for foundling children, also known as orphans. So that's great that orphan children in Ireland got to work. It did create jobs, yeah, child labor. Yes. And so during this time period, you still have unrest and sectarian violence, especially in Ulster and surrounding the actions of the Orange Order. The Orange Order being loyalists in the north or in Ulster, who in particular celebrate one of their big things that they celebrate is the Battle of the Boyne, which was in 1690 by William of Orange, hence the name. So another thing that the Irish had to put up with was that the Catholic peasantry actually had to pay tithes to the Protestant Church of Ireland. This resulted in a mostly non-violent civil disobedience conflict in the 1830s, known as the Tithe War. And another sort of civil disobedience was the Land War in the later part of the 19th century, which was an agrarian agitation in rural Ireland for fighting for fairer tenants' rights and land reform in Ireland, which resulted in rent strikes, boycotting, and political demonstrations against landlords. Any questions? How far are we in? 3.5 hours, almost. Any questions? I'm surprised people are staying tuned in. I hope you guys are enjoying this. How effective were these civil disobedience things? They were successful. I believe the Tithe War was successfully, they successfully managed to get rid of the tithes that the Catholics had to pay for the Protestant Church. And then the Land War was a mixed bag of successes, but it did result in fairer tenants' rights, as well as tenants being able to acquire land for themselves, because a lot of the landlords in Ireland were actually absentee landlords, because it was the English peerage / nobility that weren't actually in Ireland. They just owned the land via inheritance from their ancestors. But yeah, there you go. No, I didn't mean Jetstone because she's not a child chimney sweeper. No. Did the Industrial Revolution have any negative effects in Ireland? We will potentially get to that. I'm not sure. I don't think I talked too much about the Industrial Revolution. You have to remember that Ireland was predominantly agriculture and agrarian society in terms of what it was producing. So yeah, there you go. Moving on. And here's the potato famine. Sorry, the door slammed from the window. Which you guys are probably aware of. Hands up in chat. Are you guys aware of the Great Famine, Potato Famine? Surely you guys are aware of this. It's one of the most monumental sort of events in, especially Irish history, but also history in general. Rings a bell, yeah? You've had a thing or two? Yeah. Well, so if you're not aware, it was starvation and disease that lasted from 1845 to 1852, so about 7 years, which had a widespread impact upon history and Irish society. It most severely affected the western and southern parts of Ireland. An estimated over 1 million people died as a result of the famine, and a further 1 million fled the country to find a better life elsewhere, which resulted in the population dropping by 20 to 25%. The Great Famine was a result of an infection that spread throughout Europe, eventually reaching Ireland. And I'm missing something from the slide that I want to add, and I'm trying to remember what it is. It had widespread implications across Europe, which resulted in various revolutions in 1848 across multiple Irish nations. So Ireland wasn't the only place that suffered from political instability because of the Great Famine. Yes, and a lot of these people did emigrate to America. So this problem was exacerbated by absentee landlordism from the Protestant elite living in England. Obviously, the single crop dependence of the Irish population, as the potato was a very efficient crop rich in nutrients, which takes up little space to plant and cultivate. So the vast majority of the population was reliant on a single food source, which then was eviscerated by a famine. This resulted in anti-British sentiment, developing and helped push for independence, or helped develop an independence movement. Due in part to the British refusing to send aid until the later part of the famine, it refused to stop exporting food goods. So during this time, the British were still using Ireland to produce and export food goods and refused to give that food to the Irish. And then there was also the blaming for the Irish for their misgivings, as well as saying it must have been divine providence that they have been so unfairly treated. So yeah, you can see the map here, which shows in according to the colors which areas actually suffered the most. And so you can see that central to western southern Ireland was most unfairly devastated, and it was these urban sections. I think this is Cork, this is obviously Dublin, and then this is Belfast. Actually had populations grow at the time as people moved into Ireland, which is a strange thing to happen. Yes, I'm aware of the famine being elsewhere. It was a widespread famine across Europe. It's just, it disproportionately affected Ireland because of the over-reliance of potatoes. Anyway, moving on. So I believe at this point in the Great Famine, in, when was it? 1845, the population of Ireland was estimated to be about 8 million. Which is impressive. And I don't think Ireland has ever actually surpassed that. It has resulted in a permanent depopulation of Ireland that it still hasn't recovered from. Let me check. Population of Ireland. Yes, it's 5.033 million people in Ireland nowadays. There's no houses in Ireland to recover the population. Hey, true, that's a problem elsewhere, everywhere. Okay, so, stemming from the Great Famine, we had the emergence of the Home Rule movement, which was the campaign for self-governance amongst the sort of Irish political class. And it was the dominant movement of Irish nationalism from 1870 to the end of World War I. It was obviously opposed by the Unionists, which were predominantly the Protestants residing in Ulster. Do you think the famine was exacerbated deliberately by the British? Potentially, yes. I believe there's accusations that it was a deliberately is malfeasance the correct word? I'm not sure. Deliberately exacerbated by the British. Is it true that the British stopped aid from other countries? I'm not sure about that. I didn't read that up. Anyway, so the Home Rule movement argued that the Catholic and nationalist dominated Parliament would be the Ulster, the Unionist Protestants argued that the Catholic and nationalists dominated Parliament would discriminate against them and impose tariffs on trade with Great Britain, which is, they don't want that. which resulted in the Ulster Volunteer Force being created with over 100,000 members and had something like 400,000 signatures sign a petition. Anyway, somehow the Ulster Volunteer Force got their hands on 30,000 German rifles, as well as 3 million rounds shipped into Larne, Ulster. In response, the formation of the Irish Volunteers, which is the forerunners of the Irish Republican Army, was created with their own gun running into Ireland as well. So there were two attempts at bills for Home Rule to be in the 1800s, which were defeated. But by the 1910s, it seemed that Home Rule seemed certain for the Irish. And if you can't see this, it says, "Oh, Henry, where did you get that cigar and why are you smoking it? You'll choke us all." And then, I'm not sure who this is supposed to be, but he says, "Can't help it. Redmond says I must smoke it," and it says Home Rule. Anyway, and so the Home Rule Act was finally passed in 1914, but was postponed for the duration of World War One, as World War One had, I think, started 2 months prior to the thingy being passed. But it was because it was postponed during World War One. Eventually, we see the militant attempt in April 1916, known as the Easter Rising. So, here is the Easter Rising, which happened in April 1916. It was a failed armed insurrection from the 24th to the 29th of April. With it, the proclamation of an Irish Republic by Irish rebels forces after seizing key buildings in Dublin. The British retaliated by bringing in reinforcements. I think they had over 16,000 soldiers compared to the 3,000 Irish rebels. And they also brought in artillery and a gunboat. And they were able to successfully and very destructively, as you can see from this image here, oppress the rebellion thanks to their superior numbers and firepower. Eventually, the rebel forces unconditionally surrender, with most of the leaders being executed. However, most of the casualties involved were civilians, with 485 deaths and over 2,600 wounded. All of this was during World War One. Yes. This Easter Rising brought back physical force republicanism as a means for independence movements after about 50 years or so of constitutional nationalism in the form of like the Home Front, what's it called? The Home Rule movement, sorry. Also, I just like this image because it says, "We serve neither king nor Kaiser, but Ireland." I thought that was a cool slogan. And so, yes, we have, you actually had political movements in Ireland, such as Sinn Féin, not actually support this movement, because they argued for, Sinn Féin originally did not want an independent Irish Republic, originally. Fun fact. Anyway, so that's the Easter Rising. It's pretty succinct. Like, it was only 5 days, and it was quite a bloody conflict. You can see the amount of destruction, mostly in part due to the artillery implemented by the British. Anyway, moving on. Following that, we eventually have the War of Independence in 1919. So eventually the British government attempted to impose conscription in Ireland for World War I by linking it with implementing Home Rule. And this was a big no-no. As you can probably imagine, a lot of people were not happy with the idea. I mean, conscription in general has not been a popular concept, especially during World War One. The Australians not rebelled against it, but very staunchly against conscription. And in Ireland, and even in the UK as well. So yes, the British government had the bright idea of, hey, we'll give you home rule if you also accept conscription for World War One, because it sort of coincided with the is it the Spring Offensive during World War One by the Germans? Obviously, people didn't like that, and so this galvanized support for the political parties which advocated for Irish separatism, which included Sinn Féin. So during the election in December 1918, Sinn Féin win 73 out of the 105 seats in Ireland. And I'm gonna butcher this, but they establish the Revolutionary Irish Parliament. I'm not gonna say the Gaelic, sorry. They declared independence and proclaimed an Irish Republic, therefore declaring war against Great Britain. So this began a guerrilla warfare enacted by the Irish Republican Army against the British Army, the Royal Irish Constabulary, the Auxiliaries, and the Ulster Special Constabulary. I can never say it's constabulary. I feel like I'd say it wrong. Thank you very much. This is a very sort of bloody back and forth conflict throughout Ireland between the IRA and various different police and military and paramilitary forces. Is there an exam after? No, I didn't make a Kahoot. Apologies. I just ran out of time and steam to make it. So one of the worst days of the War of Independence was Bloody Sunday, which you've probably heard of. There's there's a U2 song. If you're a wrestling fan, Finn Balor, Irish wrestler, has a signature move called Bloody Sunday. Anyway, so during Bloody Sunday, 14 British intelligence operatives were assassinated throughout Ireland, or I think maybe throughout Dublin. And in retaliation, the Royal Irish Constabulary opened fire on the crowd at a Gaelic football match, which killed 14 other civilians and injured 65. So yeah, it was. You have to remember that the sort of casualties in these conflicts seem very low, but this was it was a guerrilla warfare, so there weren't widespread troop movements happening all at once. It was low, sort of small numbers of troops operating independently of each other and, trying to achieve, political instability against the British. In another sort of retaliation to the Bloody Sunday was the burning of Cork, in which across 2 days, widespread burning of Catholic properties by the Royal Irish Constabulary. Thank you. And so there was widespread. I don't cover everything because it's a lot of conflicts to cover. But eventually there was a ceasefire declared in 1921, with a treaty eventually signed in December of 1921. Which eventually led, after a year of transitional period, eventually led to the establishment of the Irish Free State in December of 1922. So the War of Independence resulted in 2,300 deaths, which included 900 civilians. So any questions? Any questions about this slide? Also, yeah, this is a picture from the burning of Cork, and then this is just a picture of the independence, the Irish Republican Army soldiers. How do the modern Irish regard Michael Collins and his legacy? I don't know. We will get to that with the Civil War. We will get to that eventually, but I'm not too sure, sorry. Does Irish history get happy at any point? Yeah. Yeah, it does. How do they justify the death of so many civilians? It's just kind of seen as the cost of war. And you'll see that further. Like, obviously people were very upset, but, you know, it's, yeah, collateral damage. Is this where Black and Tans come out? No. Black and Tans is later. Or is it? It might have been. No, wait, yeah. Wait, yeah. Black and Tans. Were the Black and Tans one of the auxiliaries? I think they were. Let me go check. Black and Tans. Oh yeah, the Black and Tans were the Royal Irish Constabulary. There you go. They were recruited during the War of Independence. There you go. Yeah, and they were World War I vets, as the song implies. Anyway, moving on. Okay, sorry, I'm just very dumb. So we have the establishment of the Irish Free State, which lasted from 1922 to 1937, and the eventual Republic following 1937. Actually, technically not 1937, it's actually 1948. Where do I... Yeah, 1949, actually. So, after the Irish Free State is established in 1922, there is a civil war between pro-treaty and anti-treaty members of the IRA. So the Irish Free State was actually considered still a dominion of the British Empire at this point, with the monarch of Great Britain still the head of state, which the anti-treaty members felt abandoned the ideas of the Irish Republic and betrayed the cause that they had fought so hard for, resulting in a civil war. Eventually, the anti-treaty forces were defeated, which resulted in the eventual consolidation of the Irish Free State. So you have here on the left, this is called, he was a member of the Irish, the National Guard, also known as the Regulars, and then this was the member of the IRA, who would have been called the Irregulars. So this is they were fighting on the side of the national, the Irish Free State, and these guys here, this guy here was fighting for the IRA. Eventually, this went on to the result in the Constitution of Ireland in 1937. Also, the unrest of the IRA didn't stop there. There were splinter groups, many splinter groups. In fact, I do have a slide about how many different IRAs there are. So yeah, eventually, Constitution of Ireland in 1937, which established the national territory to be the whole island. Very important. That a part of their constitution is that the whole island of Ireland belongs to Ireland. It also established the position of the President of Ireland. They remained neutral during World War II. I think they enacted, what was it called? The Emergencies, which gave emergency powers to the President of Ireland during the course of World War II. And eventually broke free from the British Empire in 1949 with the passage of the Republic of Ireland Act in 1948. So at this point, you now have the independent island Irish state that you know today. So we have now for the Irish Republican Army. Here we go. I was talking about it before. So the anti-treaty Irish Republican Army still continues to attack Northern Ireland and Britain over the course of the next 2 decades, with over 300 bombings. But wait, which one? Well, there's actually quite a lot of them, and it gets a bit confusing. So I think this is actually modern day IRA listings. So you have the active IRA, you have the inactive IRA, and then you have the defunct IRA. There's a lot of IRAs. Like a lot of them. The one that is most important going forwards will be the provisional IRA when we get to the Troubles. Those will be the ones that's the IRA that is the most important when it comes to the Troubles. There are other like splinter groups in the IRA that is involved in the Troubles, but For the most part, it's the provisional IRA. Aren't Prevost still kicking around? Yeah, I think so. I think it's... I don't know if it's defunct or not, but... I think so. It's hard. Like, the lineage of all the groups is kind of wacky. Anyway, moving on. As I just figured it would be fun to show you, like, all the different IRAs, because you probably would have got confused. Wait, but the IRA won the... Like... Wait, the IRA won the War of Independence, so why are the IRA fighting Ireland? How did that happen? Wait, why are there so many Ireland? Why are there so many IRAs? Yeah, I thought the Provost did disband from the Good Friday agreement. Anyway, what are we here for? By the way, guys, it's time for the Troubles history lecture to now be about the Troubles. So it's been about 3 hours, but we're now up to the bit about the Troubles. Yay! There you go. So, hopefully that provided some context of, oh, that's meant to be of the history, context of, or history for you to understand the relationship between Ireland and the United Kingdom. I probably shouldn't have spent 40 plus slides on getting to this point, but here we are, so let's learn about the Troubles. And then I have a disclosure, just a heads up, it would be very difficult to cover every single instance of violence in the Troubles. There's a lot. So please bear in mind that what I am mentioning is what I think might be the key moments, but I might be missing stuff. There's a lot of bombings. Like, a lot. Which is unsurprising, probably. I don't know how big the... Actually, I can check how big the... Oh, no, I can't check how big the slideshow is, because it's on Google Slides. So, we're now up to the Troubles. Ta-da! So, why did the Troubles begin? It's actually hard to narrow down specifically when the Troubles begin. Most people suggest one of 4 options, but for the most part, it's to do with the 1960s. Mid-late 1960s. One of the suggestions is the formation of the modern Ulster Volunteer Force, which is a paramilitary group of Unionists. Oh, thank you, Anonymous. It's very kind of you. Thank you very much. I will get around to thanking everyone at the end, sorry. Thank you very much. And thank you. So, there are 4 options which people suggest marks the start of the Troubles. The first one is or the earliest, is the Ulster Volunteer Force Foundation in 1966. The second one comes from the Civil Rights March in Derry on the 5th of October 1968. We will get to that later. Another suggestion is the beginning of the Battle of the Bogside on the 12th of August 1969, which we will get to later, or the deployment of British troops on the 14th of August in 1969 as well, which we will get to, I promise. So, what instigated unrest between the Protestant Unionists and the Catholic Nationalists? So, one of the big things that happened was in 1966, there were parades across the Republic of Ireland celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Easter Risings. As you can probably imagine, the Ulsters, the Protestant Unionists, probably weren't very happy about that, and the potential political instability of the agitation of Catholic nationalists rising up for, further conflict. This was further exasperated by Nelson's Pillar in Dublin being blown the heck up. So you can see the picture down here. This is there's the pillar this is Nelson's Pillar. There's his feet. How many slides deep are we? Like 40? There's his feet. There's actually the head of Nelson actually survived. I saw a picture of it when I was doing my research. So, in fears of resurgence of the IRA, Loyalists set up the Ulster Constitutional Defence Committee, which then created the paramilitary wing called the Ulster Protestant Volunteers, the UPV, with the goal of ousting Prime Minister of Northern Ireland Terence O'Neill, who was seen as too soft on those Catholic nationalists, even though he was a unionist himself. So, with the emergence of the Ulster Volunteer Force, begins petrol bombing of Catholic homes, schools, and businesses. There was some other political instability over unfair treatment of Catholics involving housing being assigned to. In one particular situation, there was a house in Northern Ireland that was up for grabs, and instead of being assigned to two large Catholic families, it was assigned to a 19-year-old girl who acted as a secretary for the local council, which is yeah, yeah, not a nice, not necessarily a good look for when you're trying to argue that you're not oppressing the Catholics. Anyway, so the Ulster Volunteer Force declares war against the IRA and anyone helping it. There are multiple fatal shootings on. Thank you, Mia. Thank you. There's multiple fatal shootings on the Catholics in Northern Ireland throughout 1966. And the Ulster Volunteer Force was eventually proscribed by the Northern Ireland government as well as the UK government. And they are still considered a terrorist organization by the UK and the Republic of Ireland to this day. Oh yeah, and also this is just the parades from the 50th anniversary of the Easter Uprising. I forgot to say that. Any questions? Any questions about this? If Ireland claimed all of Ireland in the 1930s, how did the UK accept it and see Northern Ireland as Irish? They didn't. That's the point. They didn't accept it. They wanted Northern Ireland to remain under their control. How involved is the UK in all of this? Is it like a civil war within Ireland? At the moment, yes. At the early onset, it is predominantly just Irish fighting Irish. In fact, during the Troubles, protesters here in the US spirited "Go Home British" at the base of the Bunker Hill Monument. On hot days, you can still see the message through the paint that was put over it quite clearly. Nice. Where's Alan Rickman? I don't know. Was there any Soviet support for the IRA? I believe so. I believe some of the IRA splinter factions were Marxist in nature or socialist in nature. I didn't do too much research on this because I didn't think it was that necessary. But yes, there was Soviet support for the IRA. Anyway, moving on. So, the civil rights campaigns in Northern Ireland in the 1960s. This is, in my opinion, one of the big sort of causes of the Troubles kicking off. So, the Civil Rights Campaign was formed by various different groups in Ireland, such as the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association, also known as NICRA, the Campaign for Social Justice, Derry Citizens Action Committee, and People's Democracy. We'll get to the People's Democracy in a little bit. Yes, the IRA was very left-wing. And you can see some signs over here. So there's one that says "One Man, One Vote," human rights, smash sectarianism, workers' power. You got peace symbol there. Ulster is unemployment, nepotism, intolerance, orange order, colonialism, injustice, special powers, Toryism is what that sign says over there. But yes, basically, the civil rights campaigns had goals such as ending job discrimination against Catholics and nationalists. There was widespread unemployment issues with Catholics and nationalists often being looked over in favor of Protestant unionists. There was the discrimination over housing allocation, as I previously mentioned. There was that house which was given to a 19-year-old rather than a full Catholic family. Unionists controlled local councils, allocated houses to Protestants ahead of Catholics and nationals. There was the one man, one vote issue. So, in the local elections in Northern Ireland, only householders could vote in the local election, whilst in the UK, all adults could vote. On top of this, company directors also had the ability to vote twice on behalf of their business, which a majority were Protestants. So the Protestants were able to stack the decks in the elections, because sometimes they had multiple votes compared to the Catholics. Also, if you're not a lender, not a householder, and you're renting, then you don't get a vote in the local election. So then there was the call for the end of gerrymandering of electoral boundaries. So do you guys remember when I brought up pocket boroughs in the 1600s due to the plantations and settlements by the English? Pocket boroughs. So that was still happening in the 20th century, with council borders overwhelmingly represented by Protestants despite a clear Catholic majority population. For example, in Derry, the population was 53,744 in 1961, of which only 17,695 were Protestant. The council was overwhelmingly majority, if not complete majority, Protestant Unionists, because of how the electoral boundaries were set up. So another thing was the reform of the police force, which was the Royal Ulster Constabulary, which was 90% Protestant and was criticised for sectarianism and police brutality. And finally, there was the repeal of the Special Powers Act. I've got a second comma there, my bad. The police could search you without a warrant, arrest and imprison you without charge or trial, ban any assemblies or parades, ban any publications, and you can probably guess which ethnic / religious group those special powers were aimed at. I wonder who. So yeah, you can probably imagine that the Irish Catholic nationalists were not necessarily the most fairly treated in Northern Ireland. Okay, so moving on. So this was taken during the Derry March, which was aforementioned. This civil rights march in Derry on the 5th of October in 1968. So this is from the Derry March, and you can see Civil Rights Association, and if you look just how far the march goes, like all the way up this street. And so this march was actually banned. Civil Rights March, this specific one was banned by the RUC. So there were multiple marches beforehand during the second half of 1968. Loyalists attacked some of these marches, held counter demonstrations to get the marches banned. There was a lack of police reaction to these attacks. The RUC, which was mostly Protestant, 90% Protestant, was seen as backing the Loyalists and allowed these attacks to occur. So the march in Derry, which was this one, this is the voucher of it. So they defied the ban by the police and marched. And so you can see here the RUC brandishing their clubs and literally just going to town on the marches, which resulted in over 100 injuries, including Irish politicians being attacked. Weren't Loyalists orange? Yes. Yes. So the Loyalists did counter demonstrations against the nationalists. Anyway, so one of the aforementioned civil rights groups was the People's Democracy, which was a student civil rights group. They did a march later on, which was attacked by 200 royalists, including off-duty police officers armed with iron bars, bricks, and bottles, of which People's Democracy claimed that the police did nothing to protect them. You can actually see this here. So this is the People's Democracy marching along, and these are members of the Loyalists on this hill throwing bricks at them. Bricks and rocks and stones at the marchers from this hill at the workers. So they do have, there is in some of these pictures, it does show some members of the RUC standing there with a shield. But there's like, in this picture, there's like, I want to say maybe 30 members of the civil rights movement and 2 police officers. Maybe a third in the background there. So, not very well defended. Also, yeah, there's claims that they did nothing to protect them, so they were just marching along with them, not actually doing anything. Thank you. And so then, after that, we have RUC officers attacking the Bogside area of Derry. Derry is a hotspot for political instability during the Troubles. And they attacked Catholic homes, assaulting and threatening residents and hurling sectarian abuse. And in response, the residents of Bogside set up a barricade and created the Free Derry Zone, which was a no-go area for security forces. Any questions? I'm just going to hydrate because I'm talking a lot. No, I don't. No, I don't need that. Oh, thank you. I shall stretch. Thank you for the reminder. Why do you think non-violent protests would do literally anything? Well, it did. Actually, it galvanized a lot of people into action. Okay, moving on. So, escalation of violence in 1969. Loyalists of the UPV, I think, bombed water and electricity stations in Northern Ireland and then blamed them on the IRA and the civil rights movement. They had hoped that this would lead to the resignation of Prime Minister O'Neill and the end of concessions towards nationalists, because he was seen as being too soft on them. British soldiers were eventually sent to guard the installations because they kind of had a theory that it wasn't necessarily the IRA, but it was the loyalists bombing themselves, and then pointing the finger at others. And eventually O'Neill resigns on the 28th of April. And so there's further clashes between the RUC loyalists against the NICRA marchers in the Bogside, including the RUC entering the house of uninvolved Catholic civilians, including Samuel Devaney, who is beaten alongside his 2 teenage daughters and a family friend. Samuel went on to die of a heart attack, and his daughter was beaten unconscious, needing surgery. And then another Catholic civilian was killed during clashes in Dungiven. So you can see the escalation of violence is ramping up very quickly, leading on to the Battle of the Bogside, which began in the 12th of August, after the Loyalist organisation, the Apprentice Boys of Derry, were allowed to march alongside the edge of Bogside. Is my stream dying? Oh, okay, my Twitch just, like, briefly disconnected. Okay, hopefully the stream isn't dead. Guys, thumbs up, is the stream okay? Hopefully? No, it's fine? Okay, my Twitch just, like, randomly disconnected. That was weird. That was weird. Okay. So, taunts and missiles exchanged between Loyalists and Nationalist residents. The RUC, backed by the Loyalists, attempt to storm Bogside after being bombarded by stones and petrol bombs. They used RC gas, armoured vehicles, water cannons, but were kept back by the Nationalists and their barricades. The conflict lasted for 3 days. Thank you. Thank you very much. The battle lasted for 3 days, and on the last day, the police had actually started using firearms on the protesters, on the Nationalists, including, I think, shooting dead 2 of the protesters. And then, in an unprecedented movement, the Prime Minister of Northern Ireland, who is now James Chichester Clark, requested the British Prime Minister, Harold Wilson, to deploy troops to Derry. And so a company of British troops that were on standby arrived that afternoon, replacing the police and promising not to breach the barricades or enter the Bogside. And this was the culmination of over 1,000 injuries over the course of 3 days. So you can see it from two perspectives. So here's the RUC, and here are the protesters with their barricade across the road. And then on the other side, you have the RUC standing with shields out and armored cars, getting pelted at by probably a child. This is probably a child throwing rocks at them. And also potentially returning fire here. That might be a gun going off. Okay, moving on. Oh, I have a video. So, there's actually footage of the Battle of the Bogside, if you guys would like to watch. If you guys would like to watch a little bit of it. Yeah? Okay. I will mute it, unmute it, and then I'll mute the BGM. So hopefully this works, because when I did it in practice, it kind of awkwardly worked. Like, it didn't really work. Also, I think the opening bit is... Oh, it's 8 minutes long, sorry. So yeah, this is footage from the Battle of the Bogside. As you can see, they're just storming through the streets, trying to quell rebellion. And then you have the protesters. I think the footage is a little awkward. I might just skip forward, because it does, like, it's basically just slowed down footage of the same thing. There we go. And so you see them pelting the RUC, armored cars, members of the RUC getting pelted with stones, petrol bombs. You have people getting hurt. I believe doctors set up like field tents to
barricades were put
look
up
after.
to
There's a
keep the
child
police
being hurt. There's
First
another
aid
child.
centres were manned by local doctors.
You have the RUC literally trying to ram the barricades. There's a guy bleeding from his chest.
Video 3 day and smithing on to 106 meters on the Videon waveband. Forces who are defending this
so this
area
is part of
are
the
defending an area which houses the worst social conditions.
That's part of that guy is part of the
Europe.
Free Dairy
And
movement.
Clark, the
They had their own
Castledoffin
radio station
knows this better than anybody
established during the violence. You see them just pelting the fuck out of that armored car.
We're determined to hold it out here. We have thrown everything.
Yeah, so they started using rubber bullets during this conflict. I think it was one of the first... Was it one of the first conflicts to use rubber bullets? It still killed people. I think a child, like an 11-year-old, got killed by one.
Slowly, the RUC were pushed back and out of the Bogside.
They also used CS gas, is that what it's called? I don't know what it stands for, sorry. There's the police literally running away from the...
But hundreds of rounds of CS
Irish
gas were fired until the whole area choked.
Yeah, there you go. It's CS gas that they're launching.
See a nail gas.
Which I think is it nerve gas?
10,000 of these have been shot out over 72 hours.
72 hours, 10,000 of them fired.
Thing nobody knows really how dangerous it is.
Oh, they didn't know how dangerous it was.
Bothered by the gas.
Hundreds of gas.
Oh, literally, maybe.
Is it just tear gas?
1,000. Couldn't count them.
Was it maybe one of the first conflicts
Might be.
that it was used? So they didn't actually know what it was?
The real consequences
It's basically tear
of this gas,
Okay.
as it has never been used before, and
Yeah, Kingdom.
Okay, well they just said it's never been used before.
This gas was supplied to the RUC by the British military authorities. I think in this actual case it probably came from the RAF in Ballykelly, but it came from the British Army. Basically.
So they're claiming it came from
And
the
they
British.
trained the RUC how to use it.
They have something to do with the application. So then, eventually, well, this is a bit of a spoiler, but the British get sent in. So in arrive the British Army, who act as a peacekeeping force. There you go. Also, if you want the link to this, or if you want the title, it's The Battle of the Bogside, Derry City Island, August 12th to the 14th,
By the night of the
1969 is
15th
the
of
title.
August,
by
The British
Lee
Army was
McDade
deployed in all areas
and
under
Donegal.
attack in Belfast.
Oh yeah, they also
and had
implement
taken up positions
barricades
outside the bog
across
site in
Derry to
where the
break up
barricades continued to be strengthened against future
the
attacks.
populations that were nationalist and unionist and Catholic/Protestant. But the barricades set up by the members of Free Derry were also left there as well, because it was still a dangerous place for the soldiers and the policemen to go. They would know who was the one filming. Not quite. Guy with the US Army shirt on. So yeah, there's their barricades that they had established. Kids playing in like what is basically a war zone. But life goes on.
Barricades were erected to defend the people of the bog side, who on numerous occasions have been attacked by the RUC, and the barricades will remain in position until we are satisfied that never again will people be beaten to death in their own homes.
Inside Bondot factory.
Burnt out factory. So during this time, the Catholics were very heavily targeted. A lot of businesses that heavily relied on Catholic work were targeted, as well as businesses owned by Catholics. Or nationalists, I should say. You know what I mean, right? When I say Catholics, nationalists, and unionists, loyalists. This is kind of two sides of the same coin. Inspired by Ned Kelly? How much is left? I actually haven't watched this far into it.
There's any suggestion, no matter how weird, we will listen to you.
Some people in chat are a lot older than I thought they'd be. Yeah, we've got some,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I
some
never
codgers
had
in
the
chat.
privilege of speaking in public before.
You're speaking now then.
Hey, dog. You got kids playing with bricks. Building what? You building houses, maybe?
The first demand is the abolition of Stormont, because while Stormont is in control here, there can be neither peace nor justice. They've had 50
Yeah, I guess building
years
barricades.
of rule in this area, and only now the people
Playing
are
Minecraft
beginning to
IRL.
realise their strength.
Shouldn't laugh at that. Anyway, there you go. Okay, moving on. Oh, piss. How do I... Ah, there we go. So, here is the next slide. And so this was just meant to represent the arrival of the British Army into Ireland. I think this was actually taken in December, not during the Derry, the Battle of the Bogside, but yeah. you know what I mean. Basically just military personnel marching down streets with weapons at the ready, which is kind of a scary sight. You guys have probably seen this image here. Prepare to meet thy God, with the bomb diffusal servicemen. You also have more members of the British Army standing at a road with some civilians in the background, just going about their day, which is just kind of wild to see. That's a modern Christian. Yeah, these are just pictures from that I grabbed from the British occupation of or the British military presence in Northern Ireland. And so this last picture is this guy. It's a modern picture, obviously, with a woman peering around the corner at a armed soldier with a rifle. Does she have a sandwich? I think she's holding some sort of food. Yeah. I'm just check. Okay, yeah, that was the movie. Okay. Was Prepare to Meet Thy God something there beforehand? Yes, it was. Yes. Okay, moving on. So, Operation Banner begins in late 1969, which is the name of the military, the deployment of troops in Ireland. That was what the operation was called. It is the longest continuous deployment in British military history, lasting from 1969 to 2007. And so they were first deployed at the Battle of the Bogside. The rioting at Bogside spread across Northern Ireland in an effort to hopefully spread the police presence away from the Bogside, and to potentially, that was the idea, stretch the police force thin. I don't know why I have another comma. Sorry, I must have been like delirious when I was retyping this. Over 4 days, 10 people had been killed, 745 injured, and at least 155 of which had been injured with gunshot wounds. Over 154 homes had been demolished, and 400 needing repairs, and families fleeing their homes to refugee camps set up in the Republic. And I believe also some Protestant families also fled further into Northern Ireland. The violence that spread across the Northern Ireland would continue to escalate. This conflict eventually spreading to the Republic of Ireland, with the UVF detonating multiple bombs, including in Dublin, resulting in fatalities there. At this point, the Irish Republican Army technically wasn't active, but essentially it activates and splits into two groups: the official IRA and the provisional IRA. The provisional IRA is the more important one for the sake of the Troubles. The Northern Ireland, that's meant to be joint, not jaunt. Security Committee meets at Stormont Castle, which was basically an emergency meeting to help figure out how the heck they're going to fix this situation. Peace lines are established to physically separate the Falls and Shankill communities, basically Protestants and Catholics, through the form of a temporary barbed wire fence manned by the army and police. And it also created the construction of many peace walls. This is a peace wall. As you can probably tell, this is a modern image. These peace walls are still here to this day. There are still walls separating Protestant and Catholic communities in Northern Ireland. If you are not aware. Don't look very peaceful, no, but they serve the purpose of keeping people from fighting, I suppose. There was also the Hunt Committee, which recommended the RUC become an unarmed force and the B Specials Auxiliary Unit be disbanded. Any questions? Kind of dystopian? Yeah, well, there was fears that if they let the Protestant and Catholic communities stay as they were, there was thoughts that people would just be dying in mass fighting. Is unarmed force not an oxymoron? So it would be like you see in this image with the batons, that would be the extent of their weaponry, rather than having guns. Basically, that's what it means. Police without armed weapons. The conflict started as mostly cultural, but became religious. No, the conflict was... The Troubles, by this point, was entirely sectarian and ethnic violence. There was a piece a while ago saying they needed the walls to keep the peace. Yeah, so there's still calls for the peace walls to remain intact. What caused the split between the official and the provisional IRA? Different goals, I think, is the reasoning. So the official IRA and the provisional IRA had different ideas about how they wanted to go about dealing with or escalating the conflict. I think so. I could be wrong. I didn't look too much into like the individual motivations of the factions. Okay, moving on. Why do the British have such a knack for creating quasi-religious conflicts featuring mass civilian violence? Who knows? Okay, so the violence peaks in the early 1970s. So this is when the Troubles was most violent. I believe 1970 was the most violent year in the Troubles. So it does peak early, but that doesn't mean that it isn't violent still throughout history. And by the way, I'm just listing a few of them. There's literally, I think, hundreds of bombings and killings occurring. So one of the most famous ones in 1970, I think, was McGurk's bombing by the UVF in 1971. Sorry, killed 15 people and 17 others. This is the pub. This is the bar. There's no bar anymore. It's gone. The McGurk's bar is not there anymore. It just got blown the heck up. So 29 barricades were set up in Derry to help keep the Protestants and Catholics away from each other. There was the Ballymurphy massacre in Belfast in August 1971, which this mural over here memorializes. 11 civilians shot dead by British soldiers. And so if you've never been to Northern Ireland, there are a lot of murals like this. I didn't include too many, but there's probably some online image galleries of all the different murals, so do check them out if you are interested in them, because they all paint pretty grim pictures, but they all feature very sort of poignant moments in the Troubles, or have powerful messages attached to them. Okay, and then after that we have the Operation Demetrius was established by the British Army, which resulted in mass arrests and internment of suspected IRA members without charge. Did you ever go to Northern Ireland? Yes. I've talked about my experiences with the Troubles. I have encountered life in Northern Ireland. I've encountered the British Army in Northern Ireland. I've been through Northern Ireland towns, and if you don't know, the curb on the boundary of every town and village in Northern Ireland will feature a flag representing the Republic or the UK, and that indicates the loyalties of that town. And then going through that town, you will very quickly realize what the loyalty is, because a lot of them have a lot of flags and imagery and murals dedicated to the side that they are attached to. No mention of Eamon de Valera. No, I didn't really include him, which is probably a mistake on my behalf. I was struggling to try and figure out what I should and shouldn't include, because it is a lot. It's a lot. I know he is involved in the writing of the Constitution. Not writing of the Constitution, writing of the Good Friday Agreement. If I'm not mistaken. Or am I no, he was involved in the writing of the Constitution of Ireland. Sorry, he's a bit older. He was during the I was thinking of someone else. He was involved in the Constitution, the writing of the Constitution. Yes. My bad. Okay. Where were we up to? Okay, and then you've probably heard of Bloody Sunday. Oh wait, no, Operation Demetrius. So despite loyalist paramilitaries carrying out acts of violence, no loyalists were arrested in these sweeps. It was purely targeting Catholics and nationalists. Did you go to Derry? Yes, I've been to Derry. I remember a joke once I heard from an Irishman. He was once held up by an armed gunman in the Troubles. The gunman asked which side he was on. He said he was Catholic. The gunman responded, "No, are you Irish Catholic or British Catholic?" Yeah. Yeah, so there were there were Catholics technically on both sides. And Protestants, I think, also on both sides. It's, the lines of allegiance between unionist and nationalist is not necessarily split with religion, but there is significant overlap. I might be remembering wrong, but I believe at the time the US was actually considering a military intervention by the US Army to throw the Brits out of Ireland. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know anything about that. If you could post that on Discord, I'd appreciate that. Why do I have a million notifications? Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll have to look at that later. Okay, so Bloody Sunday was in 1972. It's called Bloody Sunday because British soldiers shot 26 unarmed civilians during a protest march in Bugside, resulting in 14 deaths and 15 injuries. It was the highest number of people killed in a shooting incident during the Troubles, and in response, riots in the Republic of Ireland, specifically Dublin, burnt the British embassy down due to the Bloody Sunday. Okay, so next, the Provisional IRA begins their offensive. Did anything happen to those British soldiers? I don't know. Due to the harsh treatment at the hand of the British Army, support for the IRA grew. Actions by the British, such as mass internments and shootings, further radicalized the Catholic nationalist population to the cause. Provisional IRA was seen as defenders of the nationalist community, and the Army Council of the Provisional IRA sanctioned attacks on the British Army personnel. In 1972, the Provos killed approximately 100 members of the security forces and wounded 500 others, carrying out approximately 1,300 bombings. The most notable of which was the Bloody Friday attack on the 21st of January 1972, in which they detonated 22 bombs in Belfast, killing 9, 5 of which were civilians, and injuring 130. 10 days after that, 9 more civilians were killed in a triple car bombing in Claudy, I think is how you say that. Sorry, not Cloudy. The official IRA, which was the other group of the IRA, also began their offensive, including the Aldershot bombing, which was a bombing on a RUC barracks, which mostly just killed cleaning staff. I think there was only 1 policeman killed, and the rest were just cleaning staff. They actually cancelled their they called off their campaign in May of 1972. And in an escalation of Operation Banner was Operation Motorman, in which over 22,000 British forces were deployed to Northern Ireland, resulting in the highest ratio in the history of counter-insurgency warfare, in which 1 soldier was deployed for every 50 population of the native population. The British Army used tanks and bulldozers to retake the no-go areas in Derry, controlled by the PRIA, the Provisional IRA. I'll just call them PIRA from this point on. And there was also the Spring Hill Massacre, in which British snipers shot dead 5 Catholics, all of which were unarmed. I believe some were members of the IRA, but 2 of the civilians was a priest trying to give first aid and a 13-year-old girl. So you can understand why the murder of innocents, such as a 13-year-old girl, would galvanize people to their cause. Any questions? That'll do it? Yeah. I'll just take a sip. Can you go to the bathroom? Yeah. But I'll be going on. Okay. Moving on. Good job so far. Thank you. So up next, as part of the sort of the troubles, was the Sunningdale Agreement, which was to establish a new body called a new parliamentary body called the Northern Ireland Assembly, which was negotiating the Sunningdale Agreement negotiated that it intended to produce a political settlement within Northern Ireland involving both Northern Ireland and the Republic. It intended to create a power-sharing system of executive system containing both Unionists and Nationalists. And it also wanted to include the Council of Ireland, which is a body made up of ministers from Northern Ireland and the Republic that would encourage cross-border cooperation. However, support for the Sunningdale Agreement failed to get off the ground, with the Unionists split over support for the agreement, and the Provisional IRA opposing the agreement, wanting nothing short but the end of British rule over Northern Ireland. In the Unionist faction, also, the Loyalist Ulster Workers' Council was established and organised workers with a general strike against the Sunningdale Agreement, which was organised by the UVF. And following that, on the 17th of May of 1974, the UVF detonated 3 car bombs in Dublin, killing 26 and injuring 300. Which was followed by an attack 90 minutes later in Monaghan, with a 4th car bomb explosion killing 7 others. And this was the deadliest day in the history of the Troubles, with, 33 casualties? 33 casualties. Ugh. Any questions? So the Sunningdale Agreement, I think this is an image of the bombing in Ireland, by the way, in Dublin. This is the destruction that the car bombing did. Is Ireland independent? Yes. Republic of Ireland is. So the conflict in the mid-late 90s. Conflict spread to Britain and also to continental Europe. I've just included a few examples. But one of which was the M62 coach bombings in West Yorkshire of England, in which a bus was bombed with a timed bomb in a suitcase. It killed 12 and injured 38 on board. The bombing was initially blamed on Judith Ward, who was wrongfully convicted after a British government deliberately withheld information from her defense counsel, which strongly indicated her innocence. Essentially what happened was they just picked a woman who was getting on a ferry back to Ireland from the UK and pinned the bombing on her, as far as I can tell, is what happened. So she was eventually released in 1992 after serving 17 years of a life sentence plus 30 years. This was then followed up with the Birmingham pub bombings, which the IRA again bombed, and 2 pubs in Birmingham, killing 21 civilians. It was the deadliest attack in England during the Troubles, in which the Birmingham Six were tried and convicted, which again, convictions were quashed 16 years later after evidence of police fabrication and suppression of evidence in the case. So you can see a running theme with just like complete miscarriages of justice in Britain, trying to pin the blame on anyone they could find. So eventually, the PIRA announced a Christmas ceasefire over the course of 1974 to 1975. The truce was agreed with the British government and the Northern Ireland Office. It lasted until, technically it lasted until February of 1976, but there was a few attacks involving a bombing in the July of 1975, which killed 4 British soldiers. And then there was another bombing in England in August in a pub in Caterham, which injured 33 people. But the truce officially ended on February 1976. Following that, there were in the 5th of June 1976, 9 civilians were killed in separate attacks in and around Belfast. And in response to an increase in violence in Belfast, both on both sides. Sorry, I'm hiccuping on the water that I've had. There were peace rallies held by the organisation known as the Community for Peace People, of which the organisers, Mary Maguire and Betty Williams, were actually awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. So yeah, basically during this time period, violence still continued. I haven't listed all of them. I figured I would just mention one in particular from the 70s, which was pretty horrible. Which was, there was a gang of loyalists known as the Shankill Butchers, who at night would kidnap, torture, and murder random Catholic civilians off the streets in Belfast. And so they were eventually arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment. But yeah, there's apparently a group of missing peoples whose bodies have never been found because of people like these gangs, like those loyalist gangs, who were just kidnapping people and murdering them. So, yeah, it's pretty awful. And so, yeah, that's just one example of the brutality that was happening during the Troubles. Okay, moving on. So moving into the 80s, we have the emergence of the hunger strikes movement. So the most famous of which I think is the one in 1981, in which 10 Republican prisoners die of starvation, of which the hunger strikes resonates in particular with the nationalists' population of Ireland. 100,000 people attended Bobby Sands' funeral, Bobby Sand being one of the members of the hunger strike. I think he was the first one to die. And there's murals of him and the other people that sacrificed themselves for their the movement. Yeah, his name is Bobby Sands. And then in the 1980s, Sinn Féin contested elections in both Northern Ireland and the Republic for the first time. The IRA received a large donation of arms from Libya, partly due to Muammar Gaddafi's anger at Margaret Thatcher, because Thatcher had supported America's bombing of Libya in, I believe, 1986. So yeah, that's where the IRA was getting their guns from. I don't know about that, sorry. I haven't done any research into that, sorry. Also, some arms also came from the United States and other Irish diaspora across the planet, or across the planet, I guess is an okay way of saying that. Whereas the Loyalist paramilitaries received significant funding from Scotland and Canada. Some of the famous attacks during the 1980s included the Hardstore bombing in London in 1983, which killed 6 people and devastated the exterior of probably one of the most famous shopping centres or shops in the world, or certainly at the time. The IRA then also in 1984 attempted to assassinate Margaret Thatcher during her stay at the Grand Brighton Hotel on the 12th of October 1984. They used 100-pound, it was like a 100-pound bomb, I think. You can kind of see the image, just the entire, this bit of the building is just completely gone. She escaped any sort of harm, but the Conservative MP Sir Anthony Berry and 4 others died, as well as injuring 37 others. The Northern Ireland Assembly, which was set up for the Sunningdale Agreement, was dissolved in 1986, and there was an attempted bombing in Gibraltar by the IRA, which was thwarted in 1988, but in the same year, an attack on the RAF members in the Netherlands killed 3 Air Force members. There you go. That's sort of what, like, a basic overview of what happened in the 1980s. I am skimming over a lot. Full disclosure, a lot of violence happened. I felt like if I listed every single act of violence during the Troubles, this stream would be like, I don't know, 10 hours long. There was a lot. So I'm sort of going quite quickly through the 1980s. Surprised you skipped Lewis Mountbatten. Yeah, there may have been things that I should have included in the lecture, but for the sake of time, moving on. I also had to rewrite a lot of this earlier before, and I may have just completely forgotten to re-include stuff in the lecture when I was rewriting it. So the 1990s and peace talks. So this, obviously, if you're not aware, the Good Friday Agreement was in 1998. So the 1990s sort of is the ramping up of the conflict. Most of the bombings by the IRA at this point are economic focused rather than in an effort to cause death. It's purely there to cause destruction on an economic value. Most of them, obviously, people still died. So one of the attacks was the, well, aside from the fact that they tried to assassinate the Prime Minister with a mortar in, oh, fuck, what was it? What year was it? It only caused 4 injuries, but I believe it was 1990? I think it was 1990. Yeah, they tried to assassinate him with a mortar, which is, I impressed the gall of them. But yes, some of the big bombings in the 1990s were dominated by the Baltic Exchange bombing in London, which did the most damage of any bombings in terms of economic value. I think it's something in the region of over £1 billion at this, in like modern time. It killed 3 people and resulted in 91 deaths. There was a Bishopsgate bombing in 93, which killed another person and injured 34. Again, these were predominantly targeting like economic centres of London. I believe both of the Baltic Exchange and the Bishopsgate were in London. So this is, I think, the Baltic Exchange, and this is the Bishopsgate bombing. I could be wrong, it could be the other way around, but you can see this sort of destruction. Like, all of the windows are shattered, like, the buildings are just completely fucked. Yeah. And so, yeah, there were factional feuds between the different sort of paramilitary organizations, such as the UVF and the INVA or something. I think it's INVA. Basically, the different sort of paramilitary groups, like the IRA and whatnot, were just engaging in assassinations and then revenge killings during this period. So the conflict was predominantly between those paramilitary groups targeting each other rather than targeting the broader civilian population. That said, civilians still did die, of course. And then so there was peace talks being arranged, and which led to ceasefires being declared by the IRA as a lead up to the negotiations. It didn't last. The first one didn't last in August 1994, but it did help pave the way for further ceasefires. And so we get to the final attacks and the ceasefires of the mid-1990s. And we have this handsome fellow over here, whose name is George J. Mitchell, who was appointed by the United States Special Envoy for Northern Ireland by then President Bill Clinton in 1995. He plays a vital role in leading the peace talks. I believe he chaired the meetings between the various different parties. And so in the background, over from 1995 to 1997, there is ongoing peace talks for 2 years or so. The ceasefire from 1994 ends in 1996, resulting in the bombings in Manchester. Well, numerous bombings, but the most noteworthy of which is the bombing in 1996. Which I believe, if I was looking at those statistics before, the bombing of Manchester included the largest bomb on British soil since World War II. And it did over £1 billion in economic damage to the city. And is also the reason why Manchester doesn't have any public bins nowadays. It was basically, they filled a lorry full of explosives and then just drove it into the city center and blew it the hell up. I think is how it worked. Yeah, so at the time it did £700 million in damages, which I think adjusted for modern inflation is well over $1 billion. It injured 212 people, despite them being warned that the bomb was going off. They had cordoned off the bomb, and people still got hurt because it was such a big explosion that it hit the people who were in the cordoned off area. The final casualty in February 1997 was killed by the South Armagh sniper. I sort of skimmed over the Armagh situation, but basically South Armagh was a hotspot for IRA activity, including some snipers who would target British troops. And there's parody signs basically warning people that says it's a white sign with a black silhouette and he's holding a gun, and it says sniper at work. You probably can't see it on the image. And then, yes, so after that, the IRA reinstates the ceasefire in July 1997. And so the Mitchell Principles, which were organized by George J. Mitchell, yeah, I said yellow. It's black on yellow, yellow and black. Isn't that what I said? What did I say? I thought I said white? Oh, okay. Sorry. I said white. I meant yellow. Anyway. So the Mitchell Principles, which were put forth by George J. Mitchell, were 6 ground rules which were to be agreed by the Irish and British governments and the political parties of Northern Ireland regarding participation in future peace talks in the region, which included you had to be to democratic and exclusively peaceful means of resolving political issues, to the total disarmament of paramilitary organizations, to agree that such disarmament must be verifiable to the satisfaction of an independent commission, to renounce for themselves and to oppose any efforts by others to use force or to threaten to use force, to influence the course of the outcome of all party negotiations, to agree to abide by the terms of any agreement reached in all party negotiations, and to resort to democratic and exclusively peaceful methods in trying to alter any aspect of that outcome with which they may disagree, and to urge that punishment, killings, and beatings stop, and to take effective steps to prevent such actions. So punishment and revenge killings were the predominant form of violence towards the end of the Troubles. Both the UVF and IRA groups had splinters as a result of the ceasefires and during these peace talks, which resulted in the real IRA, the RIRA. They had a bomb in 1998, killing 29 civilians in Armagh, the most by a single bomb during the Troubles. And these bombings discredited the dissident Republicans and their campaigns in the eyes of many who had previously supported the PRIA, or the Provisional IRA. Okay. Any questions? Any questions? What was the popular support for the occupation? Was there popular support for the occupation in the UK? I'm actually not sure. I think early on, yes. I mean, the Unionists. I mean, not the Unionists. The I think the Nationalists also were fond of at first, the British entering Derry because they thought it would bring about peace, but eventually, it didn't end up that way. I don't necessarily know about what the public opinion of the occupation was. Looking at the civilian casualties at a high level, which side was worse off for the civilian casualties? I don't know what the breakdown is based on civilian casualties based on Irish Catholics versus Catholic nationalists versus loyalists, Protestants. I don't know what the breakdown is, but it was pretty widespread. Is there valuable resource in the Northern Ireland that the UK needs? Not really. Not really. I don't think so. Okay, moving on. So, we finally arrive at the Good Friday Agreement. So, after 2 years of extensive talks led by Mitchell, the Belfast Agreement, also known as the Good Friday Agreement or the Stormont Agreement, was signed, bringing an end to most of the violence of the Troubles. There were 2 agreements. One, the first one was a multi-party agreement between most of Northern Ireland's political parties, and the second of which was the British-Irish Agreement between the British and Irish governments. So you're almost at the end? Yeah, towards the end, yes. Yeah. This restored the self-government to Northern Ireland on the basis of power sharing. It was approved by voters in both Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland in 2 referendums held on the 22nd of May, 1998. The Northern Ireland Assembly was established, which was a devolved government representing both nationalists and unionists. It was briefly cancelled due to disputes between the unionists and nationalists, but it was eventually reinstated, I think, in 2007. I think. There was another devolved means when the government power is removed from Westminster and granted to the Northern Irish Assembly. There was another key part of the acknowledgement. This is the key part, which is still in effect and intentionally vague. But yes, that is that the majority of the people in Northern Ireland wish to remain a part of the United Kingdom, and that also a substantial section of the people of Northern Ireland and the majority of the people of the island of Ireland wish to bring about a united Ireland. Yeah, devolved is the process of decentralizing and delegating. Yes. The RUC was reformed. It was renamed the Police Service of Northern Ireland, and it was required to recruit at least 50% quota of Catholics for 10 years. They also removed the diplock courts, which allowed imprisonment without trial, I think. I might be misremembering what else was in it. It also intentionally left the issue of future sovereignty over Northern Ireland open-ended. The end of Operation Banner and the military presence of the British Army was fulfilled in 2007, and the IRA was completely decommissioned in 2005. We have peace. But do we? So, whilst the Good Friday Agreement did bring an end to most of sectarian violence in Northern Ireland, there are still issues. one of which was the issues over marching, especially by the Orange Order, who like to celebrate the Battle of Boyne. Those have been banned, and most political marches of those natures are banned to help alleviate any potential political violence. The peace lines still remain in place, as you saw in the picture earlier. There are still so many social issues arising from the Troubles, including increased antisocial behavior in Northern Ireland. And whilst there is no sectarian violence, there is still sectarian animosity in Northern Ireland. And, you know, you have crazy stuff like the Ulster Unionists getting the bright idea in 2006 to march into Dublin, of all places. Which resulted in mass arrests and fighting and violence, but no casualties, I think. And so, yes, there remains the constant issue of Northern Ireland and the possibility of reunification of the island. So, in conclusion, hopefully I have demonstrated that Irish and English history has been intertwined for almost a millennia, and which the sectarian and political violence dates back towards the English Reformation and the policies of the English monarchy upon the Irish populations. And so you can trace the decision-makings, events, and behavior of the last century to its influences as early as 800 years ago. And whilst peace has been achieved thanks to the events of the Good Friday Agreements, there is the question still of unification in Ireland. The end. Yay! Sorry, it's a bit of an anticlimactic ending to the lecture. I did it! It was only under 5 hours! Yay! There we go. And then technically here is the unfinished bibliography. If you do want to see it, I will be adding on to this, but there's part of the bibliography I ran out of fumes trying to get it
Bardon
done.
just gifted 5 subs.
But thank you. I'll try, when I upload this to YouTube, I'll try and put a proper bibliography with everything.
Anarchy cheered Dex 100.
I
just
the
got
BGM
here.
muted.
Can you start over?
Oh, and I had the alerts muted. Oh, I forgot to remute the alerts.
Ihimoko cheered X
and bring back. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Clio I head pat.
I'm so sorry, guys. I forgot to remute the alerts. How long have they been playing? I'm dumb as hell. Sorry, guys. Thank you guys. Thank you for sitting through the lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. They have been muted? Okay. It was a good lecture. You enjoyed it. Somewhat detailed. Yeah, there was definitely some areas that I had to gloss over. I felt the need to gloss over because it was just so much. And there definitely are going to be moments during the Troubles in particular that I definitely gloss over that I probably should have included. But for the sake of trying to make it more concise and easier to understand, I didn't go too hard into some areas, because at the end of the day, this is a history lecture on Twitch, and whilst I do want to, you know, go into in-depth discussions, I do have to maybe draw a line sometimes to make it a bit more palatable. Yeah, this will be uploaded to my YouTube channel, which you can access at youtube.com/@CleoIT on YouTube. There's 2 other history lectures on that channel. One of which is a history lecture on the Fourth Crusade, because I'm primarily a medievalist. I like medieval history, hence the first 3 hours of the history lecture being about 800 years prior to the the Troubles. And then I also have a history lecture on the War of the League of Cambrai as well. But I highly recommend I highly recommend the Fourth Crusade history lecture, because I put a lot of effort into that, and I'm really proud of
$10. Thank you for the most informative stream I've ever attended.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you guys, and happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Yes, so there's 2 other history lectures that I have planned. One of which is about the use of the term Dark Ages, and the other is about and why that's incorrect and you shouldn't use the Dark Ages. That's going to probably be not that long. And then the other one is going to be about the Emu War, which again won't be that long either, so I could potentially do them both at the same time, which would take it longer to make them, both of them, or I could just have the lecture and then do like a regular stream after, because I don't think I can make it that long. Yeah, those are more casual sort of fun streams rather than, well, I mean, the Dark Ages one is going to be more like looking into academia and historiography rather than, you know, focusing on history, whereas the Emu War is going to be very lighthearted because it's a very small condensed topic that has been blown up by the internet. But yeah, thank you guys for coming, guys. I hope you enjoyed the history lecture. Let me just quickly say thank you to everyone who donated during the lecture. Because I just want to say thank you, because I thank you very much for the support to everyone who followed, and thank you to everyone who donated. I think, where were we up to? Oh, here we go. The Doctor, thank you for 11 months of support. Thank you very much. The Game Killer, thank you for a year of support. Thank you very, very much. Shimada Tiger, thank you for 16 months of support. Thank you very, very much. Summer Whiskey, thank you for the bits. Nixon Daydream, thank you for 4 months of support. Thank you very much.
Cheered Dex 200.
Thank you.
You are a great history teacher, Cleo.
Thank you.
I would highly recommend you to people. It helps that you were a history professor for the University of Sydney. Helps to add legitimacy when I tell people to watch you.
I wasn't at the University of Sydney. I haven't revealed where I worked.
Cocaine one
when
just
was I?
resubscribed for 17 months.
Thank you. Lucas, thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Thank you very much. Joe Runner, thank you for 100 bits. Thank you very much.
Shindig's just gifted 1 subs.
Thank you very much, guys. Tony Stark, thank you for 6 months of support. Thank you very, very much. You found it interesting that the America has counties but no counts. Sounds like a job vacancy. That's a good one. Kay Wiley, I think is how I say your name. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to Hagstorians. Thank you very, very much. Slow Even Burn, thank you for 7 months of support. Thank you very, very much. Duddle, thank you for 15 months of support. Thank you very, very much. I thank you for all the follows, guys. There's a lot of you guys following. Ingenium, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to Hagstorians. Thank you very much. Ditzy, thank you for 10 months of support. Thank you very, very much. Dr. Prince Bones, thank you for 100 bits. Thank you very much.
Shallow just resubscribed for 3 months. Extremely interesting lecture. Good job. Everyone should learn history so we don't repeat it.
Yeah, I agree. Also, it keeps me in a job, which I don't have anymore, so I don't really actually benefit from it, but anyway. Anonymous, thank you very much for 10 gift subs. It's very, very generous of you. Thank you very much, Anon. Thank you for the support. And Etan, thank you for the subscription. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Hagstorians. Mia, thank you for 15 months of support. I hope you enjoyed the history lecture. Pikatsky, I think is how I say that. Thank you very much as well for subscribing. Welcome to the Hagstorians. Thank you very much. Rotten, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you very, very much. Aniki, thank you for 100 bits. Can you start over? No, I'm pretty tired. I'm very worn out from this. Behemoko, thank you for 1,000 bits. Thank you very, very much. Pikatsky, thank you for $10 as well. Thank you for the tip. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Trudon, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Hagstorians. Thank you very much.
Nambona gifted Swatted Chop Suey a subscription. Nambona gifted a tier 1 sub to Swatted Chop Suey.
Thank you.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
UNSC Saratoga, thank you for 200 bits. Thank you very much. Tactical Cocaine, thank you for 17 months of support. Thank you very much for the support. Shindigs, thank you for the gift sub for to Scarce Out. Thank you. That is your tuition. Thank you very much. And thank you for the follows again, guys. It's Hello, thank you for 3 months of support. Thank you very, very much for the support. And Nambona, thank you for the gift sub to Swatty Chop Suey. My mouth is dry as heck. Oh my god, I probably sound really bad. Thank you very much for the support, guys. Thank you for listening. I somehow managed to get through an almost 70-slide history lecture in about, I guess, somewhere between 4.5 to 5 hours? Something like that. Thank you very much for the support, guys. I really appreciate it, and I hope you enjoyed it. I'll try and get it uploaded to YouTube. I'll try and fix up the bibliography properly. I just need to rest because I don't remember when I went to sleep. It was not yesterday. It was the day before, so I'm running on fumes. So thank you very much, guys, for coming. I hope you enjoyed the history lecture. I'll just quickly wrap things up. If you do have any questions, I think someone asked about would I be interested in doing a history presentation on Yugoslavia. I don't really have any interest in modern history, but I could maybe do something about the Balkans. Where is it this one? Okay, yeah. Yeah, but if you guys have any other questions, rapid fire them now. Otherwise, I'm gonna probably just call it here, and I'll send you guys off somewhere. Did you plan to stream this on St. Patrick's Day? No, it was originally delayed like multiple times because I have bad time management skills, and I like streaming, so I kept putting it off. When will there finally be reunification? I don't know. Rex from the bibliography? Okay, sorry, hang on, I'll show it again. I would recommend in particular, David McPatrick's and David McVeigh's Making Sense of the Troubles, which is this one at the top. It says, the story of the conflict in Northern Ireland. Sorry, this is not even alphabetical. Where is it? There was another one. I didn't even include it in this one. There was one called the Good Friday Agreement, which was really useful for explaining it in very easy to understand terms. Sean Duffy has a lot of history about Ireland, especially like medieval Ireland, which is nice. And which one else is it? Oh yeah, and Tim Pat Coogan's one was alright as well. The Troubles, Ireland's Ordeal, and the Search for Peace. But I think my top recommendation would be the David Kittrick and David McVeigh one, which my head is in the way, so I'll try and move out the way real quick. There you go. Hopefully you can see it. There you go. How many instances of violence was just football riots? I don't know how many. I mean, there was conflict, like there was the shooting at the Gaelic football game as well. Is Northern Ireland able to just vote themselves out of the UK? Yeah, so the Northern Ireland can have a referendum at any time in which they have to vote to pass a referendum by a majority, I think by a 3/4 majority in favour of joining the Republic of Ireland. I think is how it works. I'm not sure on the specific details. Anyway, how did the Good Friday Agreement affect LeBron James' passing average? I don't know. I do know that's a meme. I do know that meme, though. It's crazy how much effort you put into a presentation for a bunch of weirdos on the internet, but that's why you're the best tag. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed it.